A very good morning to everyone. My name is Antonio Torres Miranda, Director of Legal Counsel for the Energy Board of Public Regulatory Service Board of Puerto Rico, being 9:30 a.m. of today, Tuesday, October 19th of 2021. We initiate the second day of public hearings in the case number NEPR-MI-2020-0001, Permanent Rates of the Electric Power Authority of Puerto Rico. His hearing is being held virtually as a cautionary measure for the reduction of the spread of COVID-19. During the day today, we are accompanied by the President of the Energy Bureau, Edison Avilés de Lis. Good morning. Associate Commissioners Lilian Mateo Santos. Good morning. Ángel Rivera de la Cruz. Good morning. Ferdinand Ramos Sogar. Good morning. And Silvio García Araújo. Good morning. On September 30th of 2021, the Energy Bureau granted a resolution and order through which it established, among other things, the quarterly factors for the adjustment clause for purchase of fuel and purchase of energy and clause of fuel subsidies as of October 1st of 2021 and December 31st of 2021. As a part of the resolution of September 30th, the Energy Bureau determined that it would be necessary to defer for approximately $75 million, the amount that LUMA ought to require by concept of the cost of fuel purchase incurred by the Electric Power Authority during the period of June, July, and August of 2021. The referred amount corresponds to the incremented costs of fuel or increased cost of fuel for the use of generation units of use that had not been programmed as part of the evaluation from the Energy Bureau. On October 5th of 2021, public hearings were announced to allow any interested party or stakeholder to present documentation, testimony, or comments and/or suggestions as far as the matters that are an object of the evaluation that the Energy Bureau carries out. Before continuing on with the process, the general rules will be communicated for holding the Energy Bureau's public hearings, as has been established to the end of promoting effective participation during the session. The public hearing will last the amount of time established according to the procedural calendar. The Energy Bureau, to its discretion, will be able to extend this term if necessary and in accordance with the number of participants. Also, the Energy Bureau will be able to set additional days to coordinate the work if necessary. Before addressing the Energy Bureau, all participants ought to identify themselves for the record, indicating their name. Please keep your microphones muted while you are not addressing the Energy Bureau, in order to thus avoid any disturbance caused by background noise. All participants will have a reasonable amount of time to provide their comments and/or suggestions during the public hearing. The Energy Bureau will determine how much time it will grant to each participant in accordance with the amount of registered participants. No participant will have less than 5 minutes to present their arguments before the Energy Bureau. These participants have been determined according to the requests of participation that have been received. Today, we will begin with Engineer Tomas Torres, Pública, and we will continue on as participants arrive. Public hearings, including oral comments from participants, will all be recorded. As a general rule, these will be recorded in an audio and video formats. They will also become a part of the case's administrative file. The purpose of this hearing is to present and receive comments, suggestions, and/or information. Therefore, debate will not be allowed. The Energy Bureau will be able to do questions to participants. The hearing will be held in Spanish. However, if any participants wish to make their comments in English, they will be allowed to do so. Now I would ask the chairman of the Energy Bureau whether he has any comments, any initial comments. No, I have no initial comments. I just want to thank the engineer for appearing this morning before the Bureau. Thank you. I would ask the Associated Commissioners whether they have any comments. I have no comments at this time. That was Ms. Mateo Santos. Silvia Ugarte says no as well. All right, thank you. And so, Engineer Tomás Torres Placa, go ahead. Engineer, you are muted. I did want to mention that we did receive what you sent yesterday. Well, thank you very much, Attorney Ramos. I also thank the Commissioners Ramos, Mateo, Ugarte, Rivera de la Cruz, and the Chairman of the Energy Bureau. Thank you for the opportunity to appear in this forum in order to bring comments and anxieties or concerns regarding the AEE 2020-0001, the permanent rate of the Electric Power Authority. I've sent something in writing. I'm just going to go over it, and afterwards I'll be open to your questions. In the first part, first, basically, I have an introduction acknowledging the Bureau and the mandates from Law 57. And specifically, there's the aspect of establishing quarterly revisions by concept of the purchase of fuel and adjustment per purchase of energy come from a decision of January 10th from the Energy Bureau of 2017. In this decision, the Energy Bureau determined that there would be a variable part in the invoice that would be adjusted quarterly and another that would be adjusted annually, and that the quarterly part is what we call an accelerated adjustment, was the reconciliation, in this case of millions of dollars. However, I want to bring up an important finding, even though we acknowledge and can even quote the Bureau's final resolution and order from January 2017. I would make some recommendations, and I'll read this part. It says, however, before requesting an adjustment that it has increased costs to customers in their invoice, any alternative possible ought to be explored in order to avoid this. The entities involved in the operation of the electrical system, understanding the operator of Lumen Energy and the PREPA, should not limit themselves to present a summary of adjustments and costs quarterly, according to the final resolution order of January, in their purchase of fuel and power. These ought to provide alternatives, implemented to find alternatives and to abate the cost of fuel. On the other hand, the regulator, this Honorable Bureau, should establish the analysis and processes that are corresponding and alternatives proposed. In addition, in case that the operator does not provide alternatives to stabilize or lessen the costs of fuel, the Bureau ought to require from them. That's basically what's at the heart of this introduction. Then I move on to give some proposals in the sense that help to both stabilize the cost of fuel, to avoid peaks, and to keep reasonable costs of energy for consumption. The first proposal, which can be found on page 3 of my document, is to have a state fund of stabilization of the electric system. And it's important to mention that nobody questions the federal fund, the FEMA's fund. In fact, the Energy Bureau used it broadly during 2020 to cover the use of diesel fuel because of earthquakes and because of the use of these peaker units after Hurricane Maria. What I'm proposing here is to have a similar fund, but that it be by the state. And I've indicated where the funds could come from, close to 233 million that are pending of accounts receivable from the Electric Power Authority. And I would begin this section with the acknowledgement of the Bureau's power and the way in which the Bureau has established the rate in 2017, which was recovery of costs. And it's important to understand this because if you don't recover costs, you go into deficit, and we could get back to the bankruptcy situation in which the Electric Power Authority is right now. And I quote paragraphs from the Bureau's order. After that, I move on to a description of my proposal. And I basically indicate where it comes from. In way of summary, or by way of summary, in October 2020, to permanently include the page, a report of the balance of every agency, entity, public corporation, every government agency, public corporation, and municipality. These reports began to get published in January, and in April, as part of the transition to the private operator, this used to be done by the Department of Consumer Service, the work ceased. However, I have here on page 5 a summary of pending accounts receivable. 6.8 million for federal agencies, 14.3 million of state agencies, 176.26, as you hear, from public corporations, and 36.2 million from municipalities, for a total of 233.72 million. And so therefore, yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you. A question. Yes, Mr. Chairman or President. A question to commissioners. Since engineer has made a presentation that is quite specific and he's going one subject at a time, I would ask the following. Should we ask about these arguments once he finishes a theme out of his entire address, or are we going to wait till the end? Because I wouldn't like to lose the flow of each separate point that he's bringing up, so maybe it would be pertinent, since his comments are so specific and he has drafted it out. If the engineer does not have an issue, when you finish one part, I think that there we should address to each commissioner with questions to not lose the flow. I think that would be most sensible in this process. Do we agree? However the commission prefers, I have no issue either way. Perfect, I have no issues. So when you believe that you finished one specific topic, you can let us know. I've done with this. Open to questions, and then we can ask questions if we have them. Very good. Thank you. Well, moving on then. I was saying that because of these accounts receivable, federal agencies, state agencies, public corporations, and municipalities have 233.72 million. There should be a program for recovering this balance. It should be used for the creation of a stabilization fund, which I mentioned before. And then it's important, since because of the impact of these amounts, the Energy Bureau should evaluate the process that the authority implements for the building of these funds. And I bring up this situation because the Electric Power Authority finds itself in a critical environment of a transition, of a structural transition, losing more than 3,100 employees. And currently, many of the employees that are currently in the Electric Power Authority are from other agencies. Aside from employees that are of generation in plants, these are Electric Power Authority employees. And so with this special environment of a large structural change that has happened, the Electric Power Authority, I believe there should be an assistance or a special supervision from the part of the Bureau for the billing of these funds. Now I continue. Another possible source of income of stabilization funds is to have reevaluation of the agreement of shared services. And I bring up this finding because of 2 points. First, because right now there's 3,100 employees from the Electric Power Authority with expertise, and payment is being made for the private operator, Luma Energy, 55 million, to basically do mostly administrative work as the contract lays out. Well, an evaluation should be done as to which of these operations should stay in Luma and which ones the authority can carry out, and thus save this money and make it available for these and other situations that might require liquidity or funds for the Electric Power Authority. I would conclude this part then of the proposal, and then there's a part of stabilizing the fluctuation of the energy costs. If there's questions for this part, I could answer them now. I would prefer that commissioners ask their questions if they don't have them. If they have them, if not, we could continue. Engineer Torres, good morning. Here, Angel de la Cruz, Associate Commissioner, good morning. Attorney, thank you. Good morning. You've presented a series of accounts receivable that the Electric Power Authority has with certain entities, mostly government entities. From what I understand, you're a part of the governing board of the Electric Power Authority, aren't you? That's correct. What actions, if any, has the board of directors of the Electric Power Authority taken for the billing of these amounts? While the Department of Customer Service was in meetings of the Committee of Customer Service, there was a monthly discussion of the billing of these funds. And in fact, it was with work of this specific committee of yours truly, where this debt was made public, because in the past, nobody knew what this debt was or how much it was. It was not quantified. But this was a result of direct work of yours truly with the support of the board and the board chairman, which began to publish this in January of this year. And after that publication, some efforts began of billing this money, but the efforts ceased once the Director of Customer Service moved on then. All right, I'm a bit confused when you say that work for billing was done. For instance, what specific work for invoicing or billing, or what determinations beyond making it public, making the debt public, did the governing board of the authority take? I mean, I understand the publicity of the debt, which, by the way, as is being discussed in Law 57 of 2014, it was also made public. That's correct, yes. It's not the first time that the government's accounts receivable have been published, correct. Besides, Commissioner, we need to go back to the rate process, which makes up a part of the base rate, where it's taken into consideration. All these elements are taken into consideration. Yes, the point that the engineer is bringing forth, I believe, is valid according to accounts receivable. The matter is that the utility is the first source, or the first one that needs to take action regarding billing of its expenses. For instance, Miss Juana in Barrio whatever at Yauco ceases to pay for her electric power service for 2 months, and then the service is suspended. I'm sorry, this is an affirmative billing action. And so the question would be, you, as a member of the board of directors from the Electric Power Authority, made public, very good. The debt is made public, but what affirmative actions of billing has the authority done, or did they do? Okay, 2 points. First, regarding the publication of documents, the documents not only ought to be published, they also need to be of easy access. And so with this initiative, we didn't just publish the documents. They were also made of easily accessible, listed in a simple way of understanding, tabulated. So they're on the table. The table, it establishes what money was billed in the past months. The table itself speaks for itself. So close to 26 million were billed during the last months of 2020, the first months of 2021. Close to 26 million were billed to different agencies, beginning with municipalities, including Guaynabo and Bayamon, who have hearings with the Energy Bureau. But I need to mention something that is very important, and this is the reason why I appear here and bring it up. Once the Directorate of Customer Service moved on to Luma, all that effort that had begun ceased. And this is what's important. That's the reason why I'm here before the commissioners. That's why I requested, as a main part of what was in writing, for the Bureau to support, help, and supervise the Electric Power Authority in the billing of these funds. And to have a process as well a process for the billing of these funds. I'm a bit confused. You're telling me that I'm not confused, Commissioner. This is very simple. There had been a director before, now there isn't one. Billing work needs to be done, and the Energy Bureau needs to establish the standards. If they haven't been able to organize, the Bureau needs to establish the billing of these funds. It's simple, Commissioner. Okay, a question regarding this. All these, could you again tell us the amount, total amount among all of the government entities? The table is annexed with the breakdown of each government agency. 233 million, 233 billion or million? I'm sorry, 233 million, 276. 233,727,563. 233 million. Good. I understand that the director went on to Luma Energy on June 1st of this year. Correct. So you're telling me that these 200, what was the period of accumulation of that debt of 233 million, approximately? Well, if you could look at the annex on the table, there's a debt of 90 days and another of over 90 days. If more information is required, besides what was included in these tables, I believe that the Electric Power Authority should receive a request as is established here. Well, in general, a great part of this debt is an accumulated debt from long before Luma Energy assumed or took in the reins of customer service, correct? Oh, that is unquestionable, definitely. The point is, yeah, the point is, and I've explained several times, and for some reason that I'm not sure why it's not understood, the work begun for the billing of this old debt, that federal was 6.2 million, state public corporations 176 million, municipality 36 millions. It was accelerated. If you allow me, after publishing this invoice work was accelerated. There was a movement as well in the OGP and the Office of Budget of Puerto Rico. Close to 26 million were paid, but that effort of billing this ceased. The effort of getting this old debt ceased with the personnel that used to do this, the executive personnel, the Directorate of Customer Service is not at the Power Authority. It's only the personnel assigned to generation now. When you talk about the efforts that were being done or that the Electric Power Authority did, could you specifically describe the efforts? A letter is sent, or an invoicing an agent is sent, or do you cut service? What is it? The effort was done by the Director of Customer Service at that time. She would monthly report in the board meetings, through meetings, letters, this type of work. So meetings, letters, what type of, if any, of suspending of services were made to the government entities? And I'm not just talking about Puerto Rico, but all government entities regarding efforts to recover this debt. So that's what we're getting at. This, I want to say something, Mr. Commissioner, maybe here we can start to align the discussion. I'm not just a member of the Electric Power Authority board. My duty by law is to represent the interests of consumers. And the interests of consumers, it's my duty to represent the rates of energy be as low as possible. And in accordance with the law and current regulations, the way to achieve this is by billing money. So obviously I'm going to point out actions that the Electric Power Authority itself and even the board itself were not doing, because I represent the interests of consumers. So my voice is a voice, even though I am a member of the Electric Power Authority's board, my voice goes beyond them, because I represent and claim, the rebilling of these funds, which needs to be billed in order to then have sufficient funds to handle these funds that I'm proposing here in the document. So the municipal debt is of $36 million, approximately. This is the number that you presented. The Energy Bureau, since 2015, approved the regulation regarding contributions of or the tax, and it established specific mechanisms. So you're saying that these pending laws and regulations ought to be used? Correct. So a specific regulation was established and a mechanism, correct, for the billing of the municipal debt. So since there's no specificity in the other institutions, let's specifically talk about the municipalities. The regulation that I'm referring to has a suspension of service for municipal entities which do not provide critical services. That was a tool that had been granted to the Electric Power Authority, correct? It's a tool that was granted to the Electric Power Authority for the billing of municipal accounts that the municipality, they were on the obligation of paying since 2014 when the law was approved. I would ask, how many times has the Electric Power Authority used the mechanism provided in the regulation regarding contributions in the place of taxes for the billing of delayed accounts with the municipality? I believe that none, and I agree with you. That's what I'm pointing out as a consumer representative, that the Bureau should assist the Electric Power Authority, and it should call upon and open up a process to guide and require that the authority, through a process that is open, might bill these funds, and to get to the case where in this process, the authority be required through the resolution order to do specific actions, whichever ones the Bureau understands are necessary. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here in representation of consumers of Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority. So what you're telling me is that the Energy Bureau has the need to compel the governing board of the Electric Power Authority to do their work. No, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say the governing board. I said the Electric Power Authority, as with any other process. I'll tell you why. Right now, the authority is through a structural change. It's large. It lost its employees. The Electric Power Authority does not have employees to do these billing. If they are there, they need to be regrouped, and there is a need for guidance and support of the Energy Bureau for this and other ends. This is not too different, Mr. Commissioner Rivera, to the implementation of the Integrated Resource Plan, where the Bureau gives guidance to the Electric Power Authority, giving it compliance dates subject to penalties. Well, in this time of crisis, where the consumers could receive an increase of 2 cents per kilowatt hour in their rate, or close to 2 cents, if there is no definition of where the 75 million come from, action is needed. Drastic actions from all parties. Maybe drastic isn't the word, but actions from your party. I have another question. If you would both allow me, please. The turn that this discussion has taken seems to be like it should be channeled through an investigation process of what the Bureau has, correct? It would seem to me that the arguments that the engineer has made of creating a fund is what ought to be discussed. However, and let's channel this through an investigation process, but I believe that it should be clear that what the Mastores Placa has brought is that in the basic rate includes these accounts that need to be billed and are not billed. And there are percentages that are included in that basic rate. And it would seem to me that it will be discussed. I know I'm not alone in this, but before your arguments of creating a fund with these resources, a bit of care needs to be taken, because this money is recovered. If it's recovered, it's not for the creation of a fund. It's in order for it to come in for the authority, and that's what we need to have clear now. The investigation process is good to see whether there are reasons for which the authority is not exercising that duty of billing because it is within pre-established percentages in the basic rate, and the Bureau, I believe, there should do, as you say, in that investigation process to analyze whether they can push the reduction of that percentage that has been pre-established of the basic rate that I think results in the close to 8%, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct. And that's my petition. So good. But I want it to be clear that it doesn't mean that if we do this and recover 233 million, it doesn't mean that we're going to create a fund with that money and then avail the 75 million of the purchase of fuel. It's two separate things. That's correct. That's correct. And basically, what I propose is to create the fund. And it's important to have the discussion of the creation of this fund because nobody questions the federal fund, which is FEMA, which is why I propose that we can have, Mr. Chairman, what I propose is let's create a state fund, and I would propose two streams, right? Two possible streams of aggregating funds, aggregating money to these funds. All right, good. So now very important, what is the origin of the federal funds of FEMA that are used typically for these emergency processes in Puerto Rico? It's not the rates, are they? Certainly, Mr. President, that's why I bring it up for the Bureau's consideration. All right, then. So the rates ought to be used by the utility, because that's a finality, for it to be self-sufficient with this income so as to not have the need, typically in normal conditions, of any type of fund. So you're pondering the possibility of using or creating a fund for emergencies that be local, not federal. So what we need to analyze is what the source of income of that fund, state fund, would be, because it should not be the rate. We're clear on that. We are clear on that. And if it's not the rate, it's unlikely that the Bureau will have any type of jurisdiction. It should be the central government. Well, if you'd allow me, Mr. President, of course, go ahead. This is a case that I would say is special. There is an old debt here, where, as Commissioner Verda has very well mentioned, it's several years old. Where if action is not taken, a possibility is that part of this old debt, because of time, it's just going to be a loss. So what I'm proposing is, before the need of all consumers of not having an increase in the Electric Power Authority's rates, that old debt, if action is not taken, for that all necessary efforts are done to bill and to make its use available. One of the uses I propose is for this fund. First of all, engineer, you're telling me that this debt that you call old debt, which should be to cover operational expenses of the authority, what you're saying is that instead of covering those operational expenses that have already occurred, which still appears as an accounts receivable by the authority, it's what I'm proposing for the discussion, because there is a special situation that needs to be handled. In a normal situation, I would not propose this, obviously, but not in a normal situation, because I will bring this up. A bakery at 27 cents the kilowatt hour, it's going to have effects on Puerto Rico's economy, and that is what this Bureau needs to see. This Bureau needs to see that a rate of 27 cents at the small commercial level not just affects that small business, it'll also have an impact on the economy. I commissioned a study a year and a half ago to economist Mokow, where basically they reached the conclusion that if rates rise above 30 cents, at the time they were at 22, if they rose to close to about 32 cents for an extended period, Puerto Rico would lose 175 jobs, $175,000. The economy would drop by 2%, and inflation would increase further. So it's something that the Bureau, in the broad scope of being the regulator of the electric power system of Puerto Rico, needs to consider it, because of the terrible effects upon on consumers and the economy of Puerto Rico. And instead of questioning the details, I believe that we should focus on the solution in benefit of all consumers and of the economy of Puerto Rico. Engineer, I believe that you're aware of the fact that the Bureau is implementing Law 17. This concern that you've brought in the morning today was picked up by the legislature and approved by the governor in turn. Act 17, which is to move from dependency of fossil fuels to renewable energy, correct? Correct. So we are in that process. Now, we cannot confuse two things. Yes, this reconciliation process responds to an increase. Yes, to an increase in the cost of fuel and or to the operation of machines that operate with a more expensive fuel as opposed to the base machines where they were not available. And this is what we call economic dispatch. As I said yesterday, and I'll repeat it today, why are we getting out of the mathematical analysis of the quarters? Well, because there was an extraordinary variation in the projected dispatch and what finally happened. And because there was an extraordinary variation, we are trying to look into the reasons. That's where we're at. But the truth is, engineer, that you, as you well know, if the authority, and you are part of it, you are a member of the board, governing board of the authority, if they spent $5 in fuel to operate the machines, they have the right to recover the $5. That's the way it is. Do you know this? It's clear. Now, we are talking about other strategies at the short, mid, and long term. Correct, correct. Other reconciliation of fuel. If that is the case, very good. Let's handle that in other processes. But in this process, what we want to know is what alternatives do we have on hand today as far as the reconciliation of fuel? Commissioners, if we want to complicate things, with all due respect and with my affection, we can do it. But look, here it's simple. The Energy Bureau identified a deficit of $75 million. I am bringing for your consideration that there exists a possible recovery of funds of $233 million that can be used for this and other ends. We could get into discussions as to whether this was an accounts receivable that had been discarded and considered as a loss or not, or written off. We can go into the discussion as to whether or not it is part of the invoice. But if no action is taken, very likely lose this would be a great possibility. So it's not only that, but also, as you have very well said, why am I here? Because there's a special situation in two scopes, one in use and an unusual use of peaker units, where since last year there was a similar use with federal funds. This year those federal funds are not around, or their amount is lower. Because of this, I'm suggesting the creation of this fund and to nourish it. Now, what could the Bureau do? The Bureau could defer the rebilling of these $75 million further until this fund is created, and once this fund is created, then it can decide whether $233 million would pass or not to be a part of this fund, and to help to mitigate this billing of funds, which would have a detrimental impact on Puerto Ricans, consumers, and the economy of Puerto Rico. Yes, but Engineer Torres, I understand your intentions. I understand your arguments. We need to understand what the rate process is. Well, if you've understood, decide on what's pondered. That's it. If you've understood, decide. But I've proposed it. You have $233 million in an account receivable of the Electric Power Authority, or if the authority bills it, it's an accounts receivable. It's part of the revenue requirements of the base rate. It cannot be used for anything else. That's what we're trying to bring forth now. It depends. It depends. That is not. It's not as clear cut as you presented it, Mr. President. Oh, good. We take up your argument, but what I do understand with what you've brought forth this morning is the possibility of creating a fund, correct? As I explained earlier, FEMA is a fund for certain emergencies, but it doesn't feed the rate. Another thing, or feed from the rate. Another thing that I think is noteworthy, and we discussed it with Senator Aponte Dalmau, is that before the authority had an insurance, it had an insurance which would basically pay you from the part of the income of the authority. This insurance was purchased, and when there were differences, drastic differences in the cost of fuel, this insurance was activated, and it would mitigate because the insurance covered, it would mitigate the effect that this increase had, an unusual increase in the cost of petroleum. It would mitigate the effect that it had. That's a real possibility because as far as I understand, and maybe you or a member of the board has more information, that's the second point. But the information that the Bureau of Energy Bureau has is that currently the authority does not have this insurance. Now, as with everything, engineer, if the authority were to decide to pay for this insurance has a cost that I would presume is a substantial cost. Otherwise, the authority would have it. So I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm truly surprised with your words, Mr. President, for two reasons. The Bureau has been extremely creative in other situations. When the project of San Juan 5 and 6 was taken out of the IRP revision, and by the vocabulary in the resolution, they provide a flexing in order to do the San Juan 5 and 6 project, which is the most expensive right now in Puerto Rico, and the other bureau was flexible. The bureau also having 30 days to have public hearings. With Blue Energy did not do them, so acknowledging the powers that the Bureau has to act however it believes is necessary, I will bring up this situation because I believe the Bureau does have the power, according to Law Act 54, for the establishing of a process to recover these funds and to dictate the billing of these funds as special funds, which, because of aging, has already been written off because of the amount of time of these funds without having been billed. Not of this fiscal year or the one before. Some of these funds are 5, 6, 7 years old. It's a special fund. These aren't recoverable funds, Mr. President. So based on the prerogative that the Bureau has used before, I believe that can be done right now too. If they don't want to do it, it's the decision of the Bureau. We've taken the argument, but as you know, with much respect. You know, Mr. President. Of course, very good. And as a participant, we take up your arguments. Just leaving clear, the rate process is a result of an adjudicative process of citizen participation. And so with that in mind, we take up your petition and we will analyze it as it's pertaining. Thank you. Good, go ahead. Well, and again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Of course. I interrupted Commissioner Rivera. He was along a line of questions. I'm not sure if the Commissioner Rivera finished. If he did, I think we would allow questions from the other commissioners. I did have a single final question regarding the specific tools that the authority had or has regarding their accounts receivable, and it was regarding the mechanisms established in the regulation of tax. I wanted to ask Engineer Torres Placa, regarding these mechanisms, how many times have you, as a member of the governing board, requested the governing board for the use of these mechanisms to to enforce billing. More than once in meetings of committees, more than once in the committee of customer service, more than once. Energetically in the committee, yeah, but in the board of directors, in the meetings of the board, or before the board of directors. Well, these were the meetings, all the members, almost all the members of the board were there. The majority of the members of the board were there. The president was there, VP, there was the whole executive committee. In this committee was the whole executive committee and other members of the board. What reasons, if any, were given to not use said mechanisms? That it would be assessed or evaluated. Good, thank you. At your service. I have only 2 questions. Mr. Torres Placa, out of those 233 million, how much really, what percentage would truly be receivable? I believe that it could be completely recovered because it's a legitimate debt. It's a legitimate debt, not non-paid for bills. No, I understand, but one usually does an estimate where, in really, out of this total, a percentage, reasonable percentage, would be recoverable. Truly, all of it. All of it. The effort would be directed towards all of it being recovered. All right. And in how long an amount of time? That would depend. As I said, the Electric Power Authority right now finds itself in structural changes that are severe. The directorate is director who used to work on this is no longer around at the Electric Power Authority. In the Electric Power Authority, part of the personnel of generation, they're taken from other agencies. They are working on special projects. So my petition, which I believe was clear, is that the Bureau establish a process and direct the Electric Power Authority to the recovering of these funds. So you wouldn't know, give or take, in how long a time the debt could be rebuilt. If we act quickly, if the Bureau were to open up a proceeding or a docket in the coming week, I estimate that in a couple of months, we could recover part of these funds. And I would say something. I began these efforts in October. By February, I had already rebuild 26 million of old debt. And it was just me as a member of the board and the committee. So if there is a process from the Bureau that can guide the Electric Power Authority, I believe that this could be accelerated even further. Okay, no further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ugarte. Mr. Torres Placa. Well, Commissioner Mateo, cordial greeting. You know how much I appreciate you. Well, look, I understand that the work ought to be done for full billing, and it should be directed towards full billing, and the financial situation of the municipalities in particular, because of the amount of funds that are being received at state and federal level, and because the different situations that are occurring right now of emergency have improved. Directly or indirectly, the funds of the municipalities, because of which the municipalities could have available proper funds that will probably cater with funds that are handled now in emergency. And I would explain, the municipalities are receiving right now emergency funds from the pandemic for different reasons. And these funds are made to resolve a special situation, and they release funds. So there is a possibility there of billing. The opportunity is now to do it now. That's why I bring my petition to the Energy Bureau of supporting this and to open up a process. Like the president, I understand the petition. I understand and agree that all of the money that is possible to be recovered should be recovered, because these expenses have been incurred already, and they came out of a bank that they need to go back to. As for what the use could be, I understand that it is something that we should analyze. I appreciate your proposal. Have you identified any other source of funds that might not lead us towards, according to your proposal, to undress one saint to dress another? No, it's not undressing one saint to dress another, Commissioner, with all my appreciation. These are non-billed funds. Where action is not taken, they could be lost and declared as unbilled. Mr. Torres, we could stipulate that. The matter is that if I bill them, I need to return them to where they should have been, because the expenses have already been incurred. Well, Commissioner, you're rendering judgment right now with what you said you were going to assess. So assess it. That's what I'm asking. Don't render judgment before evaluating. I would ask that you evaluate. I'm not rendering judgment. I'm asking you, with all respect, as you deserve and that I deserve, of course, and with the appreciation that I have you identified any other alternative? It's a valid question, of course. It's just that you added another sentence to that, and I reacted. Yes, in the address I mentioned it. Right now, there's a shared services contract of Luma Energy. I mentioned an aspect that contract is $50 million annually. There is personnel in the authority that I believe could play that role. Personnel that is taken out of the Electric Power Authority right now, they could play that role and be part of that fund now. Besides, I point out something very important. As has been discussed before in meetings of the governing board of the Electric Power Authority, this shared services contract ought to only be evaluated for this reason. If not, because of its efficacy is not proving to be what was expected. If you go to the page of the Electric Power Authority in finances, you'll see that the last financial statement published is of May, and we're in October. As a result, this brings issues. That information that is published, a financial state condition entering, is used to pretty much determine expenses and assigning expenses of generation. For example, if that is not finished and not published, and the last one published is the one of May, well, it shows that this is not working as was planned. Because of that, it needs to be reassessed. That is a second alternative of funds, and a third alternative of funds, as the president said, is legislation assignments for this in particular. Thank you. That's why it's important to create the fund, because legislative assignments can come in others, but if the fund is not created, the opportunity will not appear to be able to mitigate this type of situation. On the first part of your address, engineer, these are important matters, of course. I believe that there is a consensus. There's a consensus that the authority needs to do better efforts to recover those funds. I believe that there's no question that the Bureau in an investigation process could go in and analyze what efforts there are, what is being done, what it could do. I think that we also have a consensus, an excellent idea, where a fund is created that is local, to use it at times where, well, because of unexpected reasons in an economic case of consumers, where the state believes that this fund could be used to mitigate that impact in consumers. But what we do need to make clear is that the 233 million that you've mentioned here are accounts receivable. If they are received, it should come in. It's been established in that way. Say that we follow your advice and it doesn't reach that, and we use it to create a fund. The truth is that we leave a hole of 233 million in the authority. You know what this means. It means that the authority will approach us through Luma and will say, I have a lack of income of 233 million, increase the rate. I want you to have that clear. No. That is incorrect, Mr. President, and I'll explain why. If you would allow. Good. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. President, but with a conclusiveness of your words, I'll need to intervene and explain the proposal. This is not about these 233 million. Our debts have 90 days. No debt of this fiscal year or the last fiscal year. This, in some cases, perhaps 6, 5, 7, maybe more than 10 years. It's debt. Where the Bureau does not take action, it could be considered as a loss, and it can be recovered by both the Energy and the Bureau, Electric Power Authority and the Bureau. If the Electric Power Authority, with the support of the Bureau, through a process that establishes the standards within this severe structural change that is being had by the Electric Power Authority, if these measures are not taken, a large sum of this money could be considered a loss or written off. What I'm stating is that a process be set up to recover it, for it to not be a loss, because it's not a 90-day loss. It's not of this fiscal year. It's not of even of the last 3 fiscal years. A large sum of this debt is from 5, 6, 7 years ago of debt. So that's why it's a special situation, Mr. President. It's a special situation. That's why I've brought it up. Understood. Thank you, engineer. And again, thank you. Thank the Bureau for the opportunity. Thank you all for your questions. Good day, Engineer Torres Placa. Commissioner Ramos, greetings. Greetings, Commissioner. It's great to see you. Same to you. You've mentioned several times the possibility of making it a loss or writing off, or of it being written off. My question is, what criteria is used generally to have an accounts receivable that is legitimate, as you're stating, to write it off? Well, that work used to be done by the Directorate of Customer Service. They were the ones who made those decisions. Right now, that bureau, or that directorate, I'm sorry, does not exist. Because of this, I'd indicate that there should be joint work here between the Electric Power Authority and the Bureau to receive these funds, seeing as to how the entity that used to receive these funds no longer exists. It's important for this to be on the record. I would ask, is Luma not in charge of billing the invoices of the authority? What we were told in the transition is that Luma would take care of current accounts, and that legacy accounts, if you just to give them a name, would stay within the work of the Electric Power Authority. Another question. And in fact, that's a question that could be cleared up as a part of the regulatory process. Because that is what we were told of, but there is no written procedure of how this historical debt will be recovered, just to give it a name. In fact, it's a good way of calling it a historical debt or legacy debt. That's another question. Most, if not all, I think that I see one there that says inactive. But most of these accounts, if not all, active and have service at this time? Yes, most of them. That is correct. Commissioner Ramos, if you would allow. Go ahead, Commissioner. Engineer Torres Placa. I need to clear up 2 things that you have just said this morning. The first one is you told us that as of June or recently, Luma took all these accounts and these bills for customer service, and now you're saying that Luma will not take care of accounts, legacy accounts. It was a term that you used. That's correct. Could you reconcile these 2 expressions? Where you initially told us that the Bureau had to help the authority or compel them because Luma was the one. That's correct. And now you're telling us that during. No. I never said that they had to be compelled because they would take care of that, Mr. Commissioner. Let me finish the question, just so you can answer. Could you reconcile the two expressions regarding who is in charge of legacy accounts? At the outset of the conversation, you said that all this, including the Director of Customer Service, was taking care of doing that rebilling, went on to Luma. And now you're saying that Luma is not going to take care of legacy accounts or historical accounts. So then, could you reconcile these two? You're asking help from the Bureau on behalf of something correct. So to do that, we just need to be exactly clear on what is being requested. Correct. Well, look, and I would explain. The Director of Customer Service moves on to Luma, and by saying passes on to Luma, I'm not implying that it passes on with all of its roles, because as you well know, the way in which this transition was done is that it required employees of the Electric Power Authority to quit and move on to Luma in different roles. Many of the employees of the Electric Power Authority used to play a role, and now they are doing a different role in Luma. So we need to have that clear. The directorate wasn't a block that just moved from one place to another. It was some of the folks that moved from the Electric Power Authority to Luma. The directorate disappeared, to put it this way. No, I understand. I'm sorry. We're not talking about personnel. We're talking about roles. That's where I'm getting to. If you would allow, I would explain. As I was saying, the directorate didn't move on with the block. It passes on some people. As a contract was structured, it required personnel from the Electric Power Authority to quit. Now, during the meetings of governing boards of May and June, and maybe April, and we're discussing these legacy accounts. It was informally discussed, and for me, this needs to be defined because it's not too clear, that the historical accounts would remain with the Electric Power Authority, and that current accounts would move to Luma operation. This is what was discussed informally in the meetings of the board, and I believe that it should be confirmed, and if so, the Bureau should assist the Electric Power Authority or Luma in the billing of these funds. A question. So, stemming from the fact that the managing of legacy accounts, the accounts or all of these are of the authority, right? All that Luma does is that they handle or recover the funds and handles the funds or accounts per se, and the income that is had. It's not Luma's income, it's the Electric Power Authority's income, of which Luma is a manager, but it continues to be on the authority's account. Well, regarding the historical accounts, if it is the Electric Power Authority who has to handle these accounts, the question would be, as a part of its prerogative, as its management prerogative, would it not be a part of the structure of the Electric Power Authority to create some sort of procedural mechanism to do this? The question is, what would the intervention of the Bureau be as far as managing these accounts? Well, as I explained, what I request is to establish a process as the Electric Power Authority is guided in the implementation of the Integrated Resource Plan, since there is a special situation of a lack of funds that is guiding the Electric Power Authority or Luma. My impression is that it would be the Electric Power Authority to build these historical accounts, that it might be used as possible for the special fund or for any other use that the Bureau determines. Thank you. Yes, this is simple. There's 33 million of historical debt that the authority was not efficient in billing. And since the authority was not efficient in billing these funds, well, I believe that the Bureau should intervene, establish a special process for its billing since the authority was not able. As the Bureau's chairman mentioned, it's one thing to have the billing of these funds, and another thing is to use. My petition is that due to the particular situations that the Electric Power Authority is going through right now, and the people of Puerto Rico and consumers, that this be used for this particular fund. But that's a decision of the Bureau. A question, engineer, what mechanism could the Energy Bureau implement, or what mechanism would you propose that the Energy Bureau implement for the billing of this debt? And I'll tell you the context that I'm talking about, that I'm making this question in. The context that I'm asking this question is, say that a residential customer, or the ones that you mentioned, has a debt. How in the past has the authority, not just the authority, what mechanisms were had? There's a noise here that doesn't allow me to hear. David, I can't hear you. It's not on my end. Oh, coming back. To put it within the context of the mechanism to be implemented for the billing of these funds, or of this debt, historical debt that you're telling us about, would you tell us what your recommendations are? Or before you do, I want to put it into context regarding what the Bureau could do. A residential customer, one you're representing for the governing board, is pending or negligent in their accounts. What are the mechanisms that the authority uses, or that the authority would use at the time, for the payment of such a debt? Cutting service. That is, to a point, the mechanism that is used as a first line for these customers. That's correct. These residential customers. Residential customer, once this happens, either a payment plan is taken up, or they pay the debt, or the third alternative, they are left without service. That's for all types of customer. Residential, commercial. So I mentioned residential customer because within the authority, but any other, 90%. Any other customer then. So based on that perspective, or based on that context, that the authority needs help and support from the Energy Bureau in order to recover these funds that are in accounts billable or receivable. The question is, what mechanisms do you suggest that the Bureau might implement or develop to help to bill these accounts that are delayed? Let's call them government accounts that are delayed. Well, Mr. Commissioner, what I'm referring to in all this is similar mechanisms to ones used, for instance, in the implementation of mandates from the Bureau. No, let's be specific. Let's be specific, engineer. I recommend that the Bureau use this. I would recommend that the Bureau use the follow-up processes, technical conferences with those in debt. No. With who? Conferences with the Electric Power Authority to give follow-up to the billing of these funds, and to assess each particular case, each one of these particular accounts, and determine specific actions. For instance, one of these actions could be to determine that if regulations established by the Bureau, as you mentioned, was cutting of services, was to require the Electric Power Authority to cut service to a customer that should have had a cut and didn't cut it, for instance, because they are a government. This could be an order by the Bureau. It would be novel. It would be novel. It would be something that the Bureau should experiment on, but in order to the Electric Power Authority of cutting power to a municipality that has not paid for their account because they're outside, it could be something that the Bureau considers. Well, the regulation already provides for this. It's the authority. And the authority, Electric Power Authority, is not complying. There is a debt of $233 million. What's the Bureau going to do? Nothing? I think that something ought to be done. And a question, engineer, along those lines. How would we combine all this with the legislation that's basically, it's been the legislation, not the Bureau, with these cuts by condition, by the pandemic, where it has been estimated prudent and recently that these processes should be, so to speak, geared more towards the consumer whom you're representing and less so to the utility. How this petition or suggestion that you're doing now, how we match it up with our regulation with this. Well, what happens is that when you compare a government agency with its budget and you bond our consumer, well, by the fourth one that already suspending service, what the legislation did was, at this moment of pandemic, let's be a little bit more lenient with this residential customer, but we're not talking here about a residential consumer. We're talking about $233 million by agencies that have their budget. So all that needs to be done is for the payment of this debt to be budgeted. And if it cannot be done in this year, have a payment plan. I mean, if these 233 million, obviously, will not be able to be recovered instantly, but there could be a payment plan. There could be a source of income, a steady or a continuous stream, as we call it in English. That's what it's about, of establishing this methods of billing of these funds of federal government. This should be from the state and public corporations. As this becomes an issue of the Electric Power Authority, an issue of the country, intervening with the Bureau, as it could intervene with any other work of the Electric Power Authority, well, they go into payment plans. So that's what we are asking for, because of the inaction of the Electric Power Authority in billing these funds, that the Bureau, beyond just the word help, is that with the inaction of the Electric Power Authority in billing these funds, to have a process for the billing of these funds and establish a payment plan at least in a given term to recover these funds. In that, as a president, I completely agree with you. The Energy Bureau has a duty to give follow-up to these processes because it's in the base rate. You can count on this, President. We're going to meet and we're going to initiate an investigative process. Very good. We are going to do that. I would expect no less. I believe that there is consensus in this. The end or the use of these funds is something else. Could I add something, Mr. President? I could add something to move on to the next one, because we have spoken quite at length about this. Mr. President, there have been exceptions. Recently, the fiscal board wrote to the Electric Power Authority to assign $250 million of its reserve. And if the authority has reserve, it means that these funds could move into this reserve as well, because the Electric Power Authority is developing a reserve. Well, the fiscal board determined that $250 million out of its reserve should move on to the financing of the accounts of the Lumen Energy contract established in Chapter 7 of the contract of operational accounts. Well, this is a precedent. I mean, there's already a precedent that out of the reserves of the Electric Power Authority, if there's a reserve, it's because that reserve is nourished. I believe that currently there's $570 million in that reserve. So if that money is recovered, it would also move on to that reserve, because the Electric Power Authority is receiving enough money to handle reserve. If there's already a determination from the fiscal board of the $250 million to finance Luma's operation, Well, there could be also be a determination so that part of those funds move on to this stabilization fund of the electrical system. There's no incompatibility, Mr. President. I would defer and we'll analyze it. But remember that, yes, of course, to have reserves in a bank account doesn't generally mean that you are exceeding an income for the rate. And I can tell you that the income in the last years of the authority are in line with the income that was established in the rate that was approved by this bureau. Having cleared that up, we can continue with your presentation, engineer. Yes, one additional point. You mentioned something very interesting. In Annex 1, I believe, of the order of January 10th of 2017, and then there was an order after on March 8th, if I'm not mistaken. There's for debt to pay 40 million, and it's not being paid for. It's moving into the reserve. So it's important to consider this in these discussions. Well, again, Antonio Torres, I would ask Engineer Torres, could we have a 5-minute recess? I would prefer to finish this second point before we go on to related matters. We can take the recess, but I would prefer to finish the second point, which is closely tied to the first one. In fact, the president already mentioned some of the points that intersect. If it's not inconvenient by the bureau, then I would like to continue. No, go ahead. Thank you. Well, again, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, all commissioners. Well, another alternative, as you've mentioned, Mr. President, is to stabilize the cost of energy and the cost of petroleum. It's an alternative that requires discussion. There's what we frequently call hedging or financial instruments, as you mentioned minutes ago, for these peaks. On the same day of the order of June 29th, the Electric Power Authority was holding its board on the same day of that order with the impact. There was an impact or changes in the cost of fuel at the international level. I propose that the Electric Power Authority assess these alternatives and these mechanisms to stabilize the cost of energy. The representative member of the Financial Authority, Governmental Bank of Mr. Gerardo Loran, proposed these mechanisms and referred the Electric Power Authority with a signature that was devoted to making these types of insurance. There was a virtual meeting where there was a coordination with Mr. Jaime Lopez, Auxiliary Director of the Electric Power Authority, who was assigned to work with this matter. Mr. Loran and I participated basically in this hearing, seeing how it would be developed. And it was delegated to Mr. Jaime Lopez to continue with it. To date, the proposal has not been received of the signature. Because of this, as I say in my request, in the case that the Electric Power Authority does not provide alternatives, these should be required by the Bureau. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, this is low-hanging fruit. This type of insurance, or its other, with hedging, the purchase of fuel in long term should be required by the Electric Power Authority. As a matter of best practice, that is not being followed by the Electric Power Authority. That's the other point that I wanted to bring up. I believe that we're along the same lines with this, but this would be prospective. Any adjustments along those lines doesn't have an effect on the discussion of the process that we have before us, which is the recovery on the part of the authority of 75 million to handle the increase of operation of these systems. If we compare the true costs with projected costs. In summary, this is very important, very interesting. I believe that it's a correct line to avoid this in the future. The truth is that regarding what we are discussing right now, This would have no effect. Well, it would have in the sense that these funds could be deferred. The Bureau could defer these funds. In the sense that the Bureau understands that this is in the right direction, that the billing action is taking it, the Bureau could defer to decisions and stances regarding this morning's proposal. Okay, but you, as member of the board, knowing that Electric Power Authority needs funds to operate, what do you mean by deferring? What would that mean to you? To not eliminate these funds, but to postpone their billing. The Bureau has done this frequently. In the last year, the Bureau deferred constantly until it was covered by FEMA funds. Of course we did. Until the FEMA funds didn't come in. Until the FEMA funds didn't come in. I mean, the billing of that money waited for the arrival of these FEMA funds. Of course we did. There was a request of funds available to this end. In this particular case, I'd like to know when the acts occurred, what was there available to cover these expenses? Because what we're talking about is future actions, which is an excess. Very good. Because if this fund were to exist, if this fund that we're talking about that would exist today, we could defer. You could say, look, in the process, the authority made a petition to take the 75 million out of this fund. And there is a process headed towards that. Don't pass it on to the consumer. That's what we used to do with FEMA funds and with insurers that were available to mitigate operating expenses and incremental costs that the system had at the time. The question that I would ask is different at this time. My question now is, what funds do we have available today that we could hold on to defer? Do you know of any? Yes, I mentioned it a moment ago, Mr. President. We need to verify because this was before Luma's transition. At May of 2021, the authority had a reserve of 579 million. Funds that could be assessed, as you well said. We need to look at these funds well. That it not be under obligation, being in a bank or being allocated already. These funds need to be analyzed. What we cannot allow is, without having done the necessary effort, that these 75 million might be billed to consumers without trying adequately. And I've identified 233 million in accounts receivable, 570 million in reserves of the Electric Power Authority. There are funds. We need to assess it. And let me say something along your arguments. We cannot go back to past practices that led the authority to insolvency. This needs to be well thought out. That's why we're discussing it today, and I bring it to your attention. Of course, that's why we need to be careful with your suggestions. 233 million is a part of the income that the authority needs to have, and if it's recovered, it's a part of what they need to cover their expenses first, which would pass on to a reserve. The reserves that the authority has a finality of use. It cannot be used to cover an expense that the authority incurred, which it has the right to recover it from the consumer. If there's no available funds, something that I want to ask of the authority when they come is the following, which I hadn't seen in the discussion. We are in a pandemic. I've read and I'm aware that many utilities in the US have gone to funds that are available for the pandemic. I haven't seen this. That is something very good that the authority could consider. Very good. I would congratulate you, Mr. President. Please, please. This is something that has nothing to do with money that is already predestined for use. This is an action that the Electric Power Authority could do to have federal funds available related to the pandemic to mitigate on the consumer. Very good. That's why the fund needs to be created, Mr. President. I proposed alternatives to nourish this fund. But if you identify another, excellent. The important thing is to create the fund. And I congratulate you for your ponders. I hope to see you in the public hearing. You will have my support. Thank you. Well, with that, I covered these two arguments, the first two. Later, there is a third point of themes and additional processes related to the cost of energy, where the Bureau believes that we can discuss it. If the Bureau wants to discuss it, I would recommend that we have, as Mr. Dota suggested, we would continue after the recess with these other points. Yes. And yeah, we have all morning and all afternoon to be with you. So very good. My day is also open for you folks. Let's have a bit of water and come back. 5 minutes? Very good. Yes, it's 10. 5 minutes. 10? Good morning to everyone. Again, Antonio Torres Miranda for the record. It's 11:05. Let's wait for the commissioners to come back. And we'll continue, engineer. We can't hear you. You're still muted. Thank you very much, attorney. All right. Give me a few minutes. Yes, let's continue with the public hearing. Go ahead, Engineer Torres Placa. Thank you very much, Attorney Torres. Again, thank you very much to the commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking this morning in favor of consumers. Again, we're very grateful for the opportunity. The next theme that I ponder or propose is related processes that are running right now with the Energy Bureau that have an impact in the invoice. And I'd like to first mention the process of energy transfer or wheeling. And I'm going to read a part of my address. It says the establishing of wheeling does not just provide additional options for the purchase of energy of consumers. It also results, and this is an important part, on new sources of energy and new generation. New generation in compliance with new energy policy of Puerto Rico, Law 17. This also reduces, regarding this hearing, the incorporation of different energy producers aside from the Electric Power Authority. So, in other words, whenever, for reasons outside of the market or for whatever other reasons, the Electric Power Authority operates on lower costs, its generation fleet, it results on an impact in the electricity rate. These adjustments in operational costs could be as a result of purchase of fuel, and two, the type of unit used in generation of energy. It imagines that the authority develops strategies for these two areas. The costs are reduced, which is reflected in the electricity rate through quarterly adjustments. And I want to make a parenthesis. In these two areas, I believe that the Energy Bureau should establish clear alignments in the same way that it does in other processes, like the Integrated Resource Plan and others, in order to manage to bring costs down in these processes. And I would explain, if the Energy Bureau establishes clear alignment as far as purchase of fuel, etc., and clear alignment of having, for example, machines 1 and 2 of Aguirre and 5 and 6 of Casa Sur in optimal conditions with regular compliance hearings with the Energy Bureau, we can make sure that they go in the right direction. The other way of doing this, as I mentioned here, is by market pressure, which would bring, in having a market pressure, the Electric Power Authority would have would extensively do these processes to stay competitive, that consumers would buy energy from a third party other than them. Now I mentioned two other instances, and I finished for questions in this section. The Bureau should also consider the impact of operational aspects of that result of this new generation and storage of energy. In particular, the Bureau ought to determine a generation of the authority, which could be account services and integrating new generation. I was very attentive of the process of a fund, and I've seen all the hearings relating to this. I saw a testimony of the experts of the authority, Margaret Everett, and other experts that the Bureau brought in as well, and I was not able to see in these hearings a replacing the reduction in cost that there would be of the substitution in generation. Because if new generation comes in through wheeling, obviously the existing generation of the electric power authority, it wouldn't be needed. And this substitution, I believe, was not assessed in the process. Besides, in the rate process of 2015, there was testimony from Mr. Ramsalumba, navigant, and Mr. Eugene Gravoso. This testimony, which I have it as an access, included disaggregate rates for most of the customer classes of the electric power authority. I've included it because I believe that it should be a part of this record. It should be examined as a part of the unbundling process, because there we can see another focus. This focus is of the cost of service. It was related more to the marginal cost, and I believe that they were in two extremes. The rate established in the process of 2017, 2016, and 17, rates that maybe were too aggressive. These are extremely conservative, and from my point of view, the energy should see both documents in order to make the best decision in benefit of consumers. That's what I would have regarding this part. If you have any questions, I would happily answer them. Engineer, I have a question. A question regarding what you just said of follow-up hearings, as far as keeping the plants in optimal conditions, specifically Aguirre and Costa Sur. It would seem like what you are recommending is that the Bureau, Energy Bureau, might regularly monitor the maintenance that is done to these plants. Is that what you're saying? Commissioner, thank you for your question. That's a direction that I'm heading towards, and you are among the oldest members of the Bureau, but it was the Energy Commission, and you might recall that in 2015, the Commission established a process that was called the In Performance of PREPA, which basically sought to do an audit and a follow-up closely of the Electric Power Authority in some areas. Well, that's what we're talking about, a follow-up, close follow-up of the Electric Power Authority in areas, especially at this time of transition, where the authority loses a great part of its where it's going through strong structural changes. And I believe that this work, which was already proposed in the 2015 by the Energy Bureau or the Commission before that, focus is what ought to be used at this time. Thank you. As far as what relates to the disaggregate rates presented by the Electric Power Authority through, at the time, when it's Salumba, as you've pointed out, we need to make something very clear for the record that the Energy Bureau assessed said proposal at the time the Commission, as you mentioned. They assessed this proposal. They assessed the cost of service study, the study of providing the service, and it assessed the disaggregate rates presented by the Electric Power Authority. And one of the key points of that resolution of January 10th of 2017 in the case CPR AP 2015-0001, which I signed, correct? I think that I'm the only commissioner left of among the ones who signed that resolution. The Bureau expressly rejected the cost of service study and all the disaggregate rate upon which it was based. No, let me reiterate. And all the disaggregate rate presented which was based on that cost of service study, precisely because the information used, the base information, the underlying data, was not reliable. So I understand your presentation, but I understand your recommendation, but this only provides a piece of everything that the Bureau determined at the time. While it is true that this testimony was a part of the original petition of the authority, the Bureau expressly rejected it based on the fact that the data that was used for the cost of service study and for the establishing of these disaggregate rates presented and recommended by the authority was not reliable. I just wanted to clear that up for the record so that there's no type of confusion regarding what was used by the Bureau. At the time, the Energy Commission did assess that testimony. The rate structure that was established at the time, the one pending. If you would allow me, Commissioner, a comment, the order of the Bureau regarding the unbundling rate makes reference to the study itself. And in fact, the same numbers are presented. It's another thing that stems from the study, maybe analyzing the same data in a different way. And now there's a format of marginal cost. But it's the same database. There's a difference, a very large difference between the focus of the embedded costs and marginal costs. Embedded costs basically goes to the past. Marginal cost is a projection towards the future. It's two different methodologies. And if we were to see, as part of the information was used, the underlying data wasn't used. So these are two different methodologies, two different things, two different areas of focus that are looking for different things. And in terms of the cost, because this isn't a seminar, I just wanted to clear up that, in effect, this aggregate, they were rejected. The cost study presented at the time by the authority was also rejected. Just to give you an idea, and I would present this in order to bring up a balance, because in the line 743 of this testimony from Mr. Sonoma, it establishes the proposal for the residential rate. It would be a charge of 9.2 cents per energy, a charge of transmission of 0.7 cents, and a charge of distribution of 6 cents. This gives an idea, more or less, of what was seen at the time. And I repeat it, we'd be talking about 0.7 cents, the disaggregate rate for transmission. Now, in this process, with this focus, we're talking about a credit. And for this same customer, for this same type of transmission line, or this type of residential customer of 0.7 cents, it establishes this processes by marginal cost of a credit that would be the rate of the Electric Power Authority minus the riders or the adjustments of energy costs and fuel purchase. We'd be talking about rate, I don't know, 22 or 23 something cents minus 14 cents. It's a rate of 9 and 10 cents. That's without talking about the additional adjustments by the expert evident. So we are seeing two extremely different wheeling proposal of energy to 9 cents, another one identifying the 0.7 cents. In the middle, at some point in the middle, there's a reasonability. The proposal presented and being assessed is very conservative. What it'll do is to avoid the implementation of wheeling, and I wanted to bring this up to include it in the record. Engineer, I need to stop you there in that sense, and I'm sorry to the president. Maybe it is a part of your prerogative, but I need to stop you there because a case of wheeling, of establishing a wheeling rate, is something that is still open with the Bureau. The Energy Bureau cannot grant comments regarding this My initial comment was to establish the differentiation. That obviously it establishes the differentiation between both processes, establishing what the Bureau did in the past. We're not going to get into, at least me personally, I'm not going to go into discussion regarding what is being discussed now in case of establishing the rate, the wheeling rate. And so since it's not a part regarding the 75 million has deferred, Mr. President, I would recommend that we move on then to another point of Engineer Torres Placa. Well, in complete agreement, I believe that it was not the intention of Engineer Torres Placa. Basically, his intention was to bring up some concerns that he is aware of, as he mentioned, of an adjudicative process, a docket, and that's where we need to discuss the details. As soon as the Bureau has a decision regarding this, that the parts or interveners are, if they don't agree, they'll have legal mechanisms that are available for pertinent actions. But what is important is what the engineer brings up as a mechanism that has already been worked on with the Energy Bureau. And that stems from Acts 57 and 17. This mechanism of the market, this transition of the monopoly to a market is in Act 17, and it's the line towards which we are moving. As engineer has very well pointed out, we have an integrated resource plan that's basically stemming from the premise that we only have an entity. It doesn't mean that we can, it doesn't mean that we can't. It requires that we move towards a market in which eventually the Electric Power Authority will be the supplier of what in the US they call last resort. And we'll have competition, which this competition should provide the best prices by nature of the competition to the consumer. The integrated resource plan established the outage or exit of some fuel-based plants, which could be willing, and if there's a proliferation of generators at a lower cost for the authority plants, this will accelerate the exit of these fossil plants, because these market plants will then provide the capacity of these other plants that are less efficient. They can go out faster, and at the end of the day, that market will be more beneficial for the consumer. We all expect that it will be so, and that's the line that we're moving towards. We are headed towards a finalization of this process. We are hoping that it might result in reasonable rates that might promote competition, because at the end of the day, this will have the effect of lowering the cost for the consumers. Thank you, Mr. President. I brought up the point, and Commissioner Rivera Cruz, because I didn't see that discussion that you very well have mentioned, Mr. President, as a part of the execution of the docket, and I believe that it's essential in the determination that you will make, and I make it as a representative of consumers, as I am in the board of the Electric Power Authority. If there's no other questions, I wanted to bring up a comment, Mr. President, in consistency with that of Commissioner Rivera regarding the process that is being done for the unbundling, and it's that the Bureau can take into consideration what is in the docket. Things that are in other dockets cannot be taken into consideration. So anything that Engineer Torres would like to comment on, or that could be taken into consideration in the other docket, has to be done as proper, because the Bureau cannot assess external things outside of a case's file, just to make that observation. I think that the engineer is clear. Yes, Mr. President, just to add, the reason why I included this as another related matter is that if the Bureau understands that it's pertinent, since I included the number of the docket and the title, what we call and the docket number if the Bureau understands that it's pertinent within these comments that have already been sent in writing to the Bureau. Well, there's a determination then by the Bureau, and the Bureau could make the decision that is pertinent regarding this. Well, I would, and you correct me if I'm mistaken, but you've brought a number of elements that suggest that we can explore and examine that it could have an effect in the future, where the situation that we're trying to resolve at this time might not be repeated. And that's how I see it, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. If there's no further questions on this side, we can move on to the next. Do any of the other commissioners have questions? Because I want to go back. I saw it in the address, but it wasn't discussed. The suggestion that the engineer makes of reviewing the regularity with which the reconciliation is done. Currently, we use 3 months. The engineer proposes it be changed to 6 months. I, engineer and attorney, I think could give us a little bit of history of why there was participation. It's not that I don't know, but I think that he's lived through it. Why 3 months were chosen. But what I am interested in knowing is if you have it, engineer, do you have an analysis or something that you can provide of how these factors would change, and would they be more beneficial for the consumer from the point of view, because typically what we'd be using is an average of 6 instead of 3. But if we were to use historical, do you have a historical analysis of what it would be? Would it be positive, negative? Or are you just suggesting it'd be 6 months because you believe it to be better? Or do you have any analysis that sustains that it'd be better? Well, thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. Thank you for bringing up this matter. As you've mentioned, it's also included. The reason why I've brought up this 6-month analysis is not because there's a fluctuation in costs. The costs to recover are the same, and the average rate should basically be the same. Rather, this is a matter of a stabilization of the energy cost. It's not the same to have a small merchant or an industrial. It's a plan for stable costs for 6 months across, as opposed to ones that are changing every 3 months. That stability in cost of energy produces a stability for the consumer, for the economy, etc. So it's a matter of stability. It's not a matter of saving cost, which is also beneficial from the point of view of the consumer and from the financial point of view. That's the intention of that finding, Mr. President. I could give you an example. I perfectly understand. Vera, do you want to add something about this, or? We need to point out that before the implementation or approval of the pending rate or the current rate, the cost of fuel purchase, the cost of adjustment of fuel purchase and energy purchase were reconciled monthly. It used to be reconciled monthly, and this involved a volatility that was quite high regarding the prices that were paid, which is what the engineer, I believe, is the concern that he's got with the period. The Energy Bureau, in establishing the current clause of 3 months, did a balance between providing that stability within the prices that are paid for and the reality of the change in prices, specifically in the area of fuel. And the area of fuel represents 48% of the invoice of a residential customer. between 45 to 48%. Therefore, this invoice or bill that of the residential customer has an impact or follows that trend as far as the costs of fuel. When the Bureau established the 3 months within the rate process, it was in order to remove that monthly volatility and to provide a mechanism, the same planning mechanism that Engineer Thomas Torres Placa is presenting is what the Bureau used. And they chose the 3 months because a larger period of time would represent a significant impact at the end of the period. If we see how it's been changing, if we see how fuel has been changing or how fuel changes historically, the risk of having what is known as the rate shock or the impact on the rate after 6 months, especially if costs increase during that period for the next 6-month period, could result in a detriment on the economic aspect that Engineer Torres Placa has mentioned, and that is what the Bureau assessed at the time. By way of example, if there is an increase or substantial drop, the concern is mostly in the increase during these 6 months. That regularity of adjustments, instead of having it in 3 different steps or in 2 different steps, you'd have a single step of entry. So that shock to the rate is what is sought to avoid. But it is something that could be analyzed. The Energy Bureau does have, since 2019, solid data of all reconciliations. So it is something that could be analyzed as to how it could have been seen as far as the pre-application of a 6-month period. I understand the concern of stability regarding the changes or the fluctuations, but as you very well said, the costs are costs, correct? Costs that are incurred need to be recovered. And so the question would be then, what would happen if, for example, instead of having during a period of 6 months adjustments by the increase in costs, adjustments of 2 cents to 2 cents, and have one suddenly of 4 cents, what would happen? No, this would not happen. It would not happen. It would not happen. It wouldn't happen because it's an accelerator of 20 million that remains. Well, then the accelerator adjustment, so we would say periodic adjustments during that 6-month period. It's the same. No, you're contradicting yourself, Mr. Commissioner. Right now, there's a clause of adjustment every 3 months. As far as I recall, just the accelerated adjustment of the 20 million has only been activated once, which was in June of 2020 when the energy costs dropped close to 5 cents. So there it was activated to the drop. Normally it doesn't activate because the costs are generally maintained and canceled out as a rise and drop. If a clause is established of 6 months, and within those 6 months, we can see a drastic change. Well, the instruction 90, the order of January 10th of 2017 establishes that if that 20 million passes on, the cycle should immediately be interrupted. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Commissioner. That's what we're talking about. In a normal period, we'd be talking about a rate of 6 months. If things happen like what we're seeing now, as I'm talking about, the petroleum costs are rising in an incremental way, and they could reach $100 per barrel. There, the cost could be adjusted at an accelerated rate, and we wouldn't have to wait the 6 months. But in the remainder of the time, if it drops, it's also adjusted to the drop. But as long as it remains more or less with its normal fluctuations, well, it'd be every 6 months. We're talking about the same theme, Mr. Commissioner. The clause of the accelerated adjustment would remain. Well, to me, we have historical information. It could be analyzed. The reconciliation clause that is activated for the 20 million is at the discretion of the Bureau. What we want to avoid, of course, is a greater impact. So it's pending for the 3 months. It would be pending for the 6. I believe that we do need to work along with the authority or with Luma in order to do an analysis with the historical of, as Commissioner Rivera suggested, how those elements would have looked, to see if it would have a positive impact on the consumer. This is something that we could look into. The only thing that I would wonder about is the effect that it could have. Not the effect that it could have, but if we had to review the rate as far as changing its schedule. But it's not something that, I mean, if at the end of the day it's positive, well, it can be done. Thank you. Engineer, I have a question. Do you have any type of examples of a jurisdiction where the fuel costs are recovered in this way, where the regularity of billing is of 6 months? Not 6 months. I know that in Singapore it's done annually, but 6 months I haven't seen it. Annually, it's done. It's Singapore. It's annual. I've studied extensively, and there's more aggressive. One option is to do it annually as well, and with the cost of the 20 million, which will be interrupted at some point. It would happen. So what would the income be along those lines? Well, Commissioner, I have a position. I represent consumers. Consumers need to have not just costs that are accessible and low of energy, but also predictable costs of energy. And when the costs are changed every 3 months, believe me, it causes many concerns, which is everybody's prejudice. I understand everybody participating in the electrical system. I agree with you. I think it could be assessed. Excuse me. I understand your position. Our position is more comprehensive than that, because we're not just looking at the public interests. The public interest goes beyond consumers. It goes along an analysis of all factors, not just of how much it could be affected by a particular sector of everything that we know as energy market, and in this sense, Puerto Rico. I understand, as the President has said, it's part of what it makes a part of the approved rate by the Energy Bureau. So it's an analysis that could be done, but I appreciate it not being discarded, and I would appreciate it not being discarded. As I said at the outset too, I do it from a financial point of view, because it's not the same thing to predict the energy cost for 6 months as opposed to 3 months. This creates an effect in the different sectors, economic sectors of the country. The only question that I have, and I perfectly understand your argument, in the same way I perfectly understand the balance of interest that the Bureau did at its given time when it made the rate decision. My question is, if I were to plan for 6 months, when would my expense be in the theme of energy? How much am I going to have to pay in the invoice? And I wouldn't want the reconciliation that is accelerated. And there's a significant deviation of what was projected. Will it not have an impact? A worse impact on the consumer then, when they receive that rate shock in 6 months with a larger amount, when we know that petroleum markets are not planned every 6 months, but rather the regularity of the petroleum markets or the movement of the price is in shorter periods? Correct. That's why it's so important to keep the clause of accelerated of 20 million. This 6 months or a year wouldn't be possible without the accelerated adjustment, because as it's currently structured, the purchase of fuel through electric power is on the basis of the index, right? On the index basis, on the price of the market plus a differential. That's what I proposed before in the previous points that we discussed. That should be analyzed. In my opinion, according to my judgment, not to my judgment, this should be a process of the Bureau to assess the hedging or the long-term purchase by the Electric Power Authority. This should be a process. It should be assessed well because the hedging could work or not work. That's why it needs to be assessed well. So the same thing with the insurance. This matter of insurance also needs to be assessed well. This cannot be an isolated decision by just a few in the next environment. This needs to be assessed extensively by the Bureau. And if it's possible, as the Energy President said, it's a public adjudicative process, maybe a slightly expedited, but public. But I mentioned this in that environment. When it's applied for these tools of hedging, if they are determined, if the insurance tools are applied, we would then be talking about a scenario that could be established with a 6-month rate, keeping, however, the accelerated adjustment, because it would be extremely unfair for a consumer to receive, suddenly have a billing of money of more than 20 million in the invoice, for instance, right? A question then, a follow-up question, do you believe that the frequency should be changed of the reconciliation processes quarterly to biannually if we had the hedging and with the existence of, or the authority had insurance coverage, because that's the way in which then you, to your judgment, it could avoid then having to activate the likelihood of monthly activating the acceleration clause, of course, but it's a point, Commissioner Mateo, that has not been discussed. Of 2017, it's discussed. It's not discussed in any docket of the Energy Bureau. No, I do not misunderstand. I believe in the discussion of matters. There's no bad ideas. There's no bad questions. But I want to understand your stance. We could look at the other two elements. What I want to understand is whether you are clear on the fact that if it were quarterly, with no other protection mechanism, with the volatility in the market that we do not control, the acceleration clause would likely need to be activated, and it would become in the norm and not in the exception as the acceleration clause was pondered or drafted. Correct. It is for the correction of some aberrations in the market, which for whatever reason were not predicted, because it's all done on the basis of projections with the best possible information. But events do occur that disarticulate or perturb the markets, and then the acceleration is asked for to correct and avoid the ratio. But if you do it every 6 months, and it would have to be looked into, but the logic would be that there would be a high probability of the acceleration occurring so often that the consumer will think that it's not being done every 6 months, of course. And that's why, Commissioner, allow me to say, we do have the same anxiety. That's why I intensely discuss before the 5-minute recess the aspect of establishing mechanisms, be it of hedging or of an insurance first. This point of the 6 months is in writing, but I even lost it. And we are discussing it now, of course. The president brought it up. That's why it's important to discuss everything. And I believe that the Bureau could make a docket or a proceeding or a case to assess these things, to stabilize the energy costs. All of these things under the same title. The energy cost needs to be stabilized. How does one do that? With hedging, with insurance, and with the evaluation of a rate that lasts more than 6 months. But as it is, Commissioner, we have the same concern. It's far too unstable for consumers. I'm in the same position. I believe that, and this is without even going into what will be discussed when we have the docket, and at the moment in which we call everyone to speak of this particular matter, I believe that the 3-month period has enough time so as to bring stability without falling into a period that is so long so as to have issues of a rate shock that will be fatal for a consumer, or to bring us into the utilization of the acceleration clause, not as the exception, as it was drafted, or as an element of correction, but as a norm. So that is my position. Correct. That's why I mentioned the 3 points. I would have liked, where besides the presenting of these suggestions, for you to have brought us some sort of analysis of this theme with great information, because you do have access to the documents of the reconciliations because they make up a part of the authority's records, and also to know greater information regarding the hedging as far as how much it'll cost for the people, because all these tools, while they do bring benefits, they could have financial impacts that need to be weighed when analyzed. And I believe that in proposing solutions in the environment that we are in Puerto Rico, we should have more information in order to have them in a context and not just open the door to conversations, but also that anybody listening to us today might really understand what we're talking about what the pros and cons could be, because I would not like to have today's discussion have somebody leave thinking that there's a magic bullet or a magical solution with which we could resolve the difficulties that the electrical system of Puerto Rico has and these economic issues of the operation of the authority. So in that sense, I would like for it where if within the next couple of days you could present additional information and data on the pros and cons that your suggestions have, I believe that it would shed more light on this theme. They would be available to the public in this docket, and I believe that it would benefit the public discussion, and it would very likely promote others adding to the discussion and be inserted into this discussion when we bring it up in the future. But my biggest concern, as we're talking about many suggestions, they are complex suggestions, and while they are worthy of merit for consideration, we shouldn't have, the discussion should not be taken lightly. When something is mentioned, we should also bring forth possible adverse effects depending on how things are managed. I need to react to the comments of the commissioner, if you would allow. I would get into this here for a moment before we clear it up. There's something I want to clear up. I believe that an engineer, you can correct me, I believe that the engineer, so to speak, just took advantage of the opportunity for this reason of having the Bureau's ears attentive for him in this hearing. And he's brought forth in his address some points that some of which might be related to what we're analyzing, the 75 million, and others, although not necessarily are points that need to be taken care of at the end of the day. At the end of the day, if they are handled, it could have an effect on the consumer. And I believe that if we see it as such, we are grateful to the engineer for his time and for the opportunity of being here with us. Of course, we typically, I believe that the Commissioner Mateo tried to get into this. We are very zealous with what is discussed by the Bureau in each and every one of the dockets. Engineer Rivera, when he sees the possibility of our going to a discussion of something that's opening on another docket, he raises his hand and he says, hey, wait a minute, that's over there. But I do believe that The dynamic has been excellent. We have had the opportunity to hear from him firsthand. We're not necessarily agree with what is being pondered, but that's what it's about, of discussing and of allowing others to be active in the discussion. I think that along those lines, you can count on the Bureau for every element that is there. We're going to look at it in whatever way we believe is pertinent, and if necessary, if the Bureau believes that it is necessary for you to take affirmative action for the initiation of this, we will let you know. I believe that it's what you were seeking, and you'll get that. Now, going back to before Rivera, if you would allow, I just wanted to clear up this matter Torres made. There's a belief that has not been discussed. I believe that is what it was discussed. It was discussed the 3 months to 6 months, a year or 2 years, and it was decided at the time by the Commission or the Bureau to do it every 3 months. As anything else in life, things evolve, they are dynamic. Therefore, if on the way we were to find that there exists a possibility of studying something more in depth and was necessarily whether it has or hasn't had the expected or best effect, we can discuss it and make a new decision. I believe that that's what this is about. What is true is that I believe that we do have a consensus of the fact that at the end of the day, if expenses increase, they need to be reconciled, need to be increased. Whether we do it every 6 months, every year, these are two different matters. It's not a matter of stabilizing, because as it has been discussed, if the effect was of a month of the 20 million, we're going to have to go back. But say that we are in a stable process and market conditions are quite stable. The truth is that the Bureau would not have to be emitting resolutions every 3 months. They would happen every 6 months. Instead of doing it 4 times a year, we would do it several times a year. And I think that at the end of the day, if that were the focus, the circumstances, particular circumstances that we would have to handle, it would be bad, as I say. We will look into it, but I wanted to make it clear that this was discussed. A decision was made at a determined time, but it doesn't mean that the Bureau is going to close the doors to new expectations for whatever reasons. All right? Of course. Thank you, Mr. President. You got into areas that I was going to get into. I just want to mention that the Bureau should be sensible to these things. And as Attorney Mateo has said, everything that is pondered needs to have a basis. If you'll notice, the first thing that I lay out in my draft is the order of 2017 of the Energy Bureau, where it established that the elected power authorities rates are based on rebilling, and if we don't recover those funds, we would then be in a deficit. A bad custom of the old electric power authority that we don't want to go back to. The purpose of what I'm bringing up is to provide alternatives. As a consumer representatives, one member and a minority of a board of 8 members, where, as I've spoken in the past with friends, the right that we have is the right to be kicked around, but there's very little power on the board because it's 1 vote out of 7, which can be critical at times with these things, but our intention is that as we acknowledge the current state of rights and the final resolution order by the Energy Bureau of June of 2017, which we put in our arguments in our presentation, establishing points for the consideration of the Bureau. And that is, as it is in the presentation, it in no way does it say implement this or implement that. It just is that the Bureau consider. Why? Because, Mr. President, as you've mentioned, the last time that it was discussed whether it would be 3, 6 months, or a year was in 2016 or in 2021. That discussion needs to be taken over again on the basis of parameters. And respectfully, what we are requesting of the Bureau is that you consider the proposal that we've made on the basis of the resolution of 2017, considering that the rate system that is had right now is rebilling, and what we're laying out here is that with that basis, we can't go back to the ill practices that the Electric Power Authority used to have that led us to this bankruptcy. Now, having said that, there is a final point that I would like to bring up for the Bureau's consideration. Before moving on to that final point, engineer, for the previous discussion, I just wanted to address something that you brought up regarding the stabilization of rates. Currently, there are 3 clauses that are reconciled annually. The southerly clauses and the 2 that corresponds, the other 2 corresponding ones. The reason why these clauses are reconciled annually is because of the stability of their costs. These are costs that are reflecting a stability throughout the year. The purchase of energy and the purchase of fuel represents, between the two, historically, since 2013, between 60 to 75% of what is billed to customers. Out of that, and more so, the cost of fuel represents approximately between 45 to 50% of the total cost that is paid for. In other words, in order for there to be stabilization in prices, one of 2 things needs to occur. Either the fuel market is stabilized, which historically we've seen that it is a very volatile market, or the dependency is reduced upon these fuels, and we move on to renewable energy, as has been established by Public Energy Policy of Act 17 of 2019. Outside of that, the regularity as regards to when the reconciliation is done or not is not going to provide stability, in the sense that it'll continue to move in accordance with the way that the fuel market moves. And I just wanted to say the differentiation between these clauses that are reconciled annually within the Bureau and the clauses that are not reconciled annually, and the impact that they have in the stabilization of the rate. Having said this, we could move on then to your final point, engineer. Thank you. A final comment, very brief. Aside from the extraordinary situation of the pandemic that we're living in that hasn't affected anything, generally fuel costs are cyclic. In the summer they increase, and in the winter there is less consumption. They drop. At times, the curve inverts itself. They increase in the winter and lower in the summer for X or Y reasons. That increase is neutralized by the drop. When a long-term analysis is done, the increase is neutralized by the drop. And that is what I'm referring to. We can see how a wave equalizes with an average in the middle. Do you have such an analysis? Do you have that analysis? Could you provide it? No. I'm requesting that the Bureau do this analysis. My request to the Bureau is to consider it, to have a process and analyze it. My request to the Bureau is not to implement it. If you read my presentation where it says that the Bureau consider it. Why? Because this has not been discussed ever since the Bureau's order was established in 2017. How many years has it been? 4 years. Well, we need to discuss it. We need to go over it. I'm not asking the Bureau, as Commissioner Mateo said, a magic bullet or a silver bullet. No. What I'm asking of the Bureau is that we discuss it, consider it, and speak of it publicly. You know what, Commissioner? In speaking it publicly, the consumers are also informed. But if we don't talk about it, we won't have the discussion, and consumers cannot understand whether one thing is good or bad. I'm just proposing that we talk about it, discuss it, and that the Bureau consider it. And discuss it as we're doing today. A final question, Mr. President, for Mr. Torres. Yes. If out of the discussion of the 3 matters, of the regularity of the reconciliation, or the frequency of the reconciliation, of the hedging, and of the insurance, if it would turn out that the insurance costs a significant amount and they would require an increase in rate, would you prefer that the frequency remained as it is now in order to avoid an increase in rate? Is that question for me? Yes. Well, look, that's what I'm asking for, because right now we don't know what the cost is of the insurance. No. What I'm saying is that if we were to do the analysis and the result, and this is speculation for just for the purposes of the conversation and discussion that we're having at this time, if the final result of this process that the Bureau carry out involving the public, having interested parties come in, such as yourselves, and bringing forth analysis to have us observe and compare to our own, etc. If the final result were that an increase of rate were to be required for the hedging or for the alternatives of using a hedging or having insurance, etc., or the mechanisms that you are also suggesting might require an increase of rate, would you prefer that in order to not see the increase of rate, we might leave the frequency of reconciliations as they are right now? It would depend on the scenario. I would give an example. In May of 2020, the Electric Power Authority had the great opportunity of doing purchase of hedging in significant amounts. And what they did was a purchase of hedging for 4 or 5 months. In that scenario, it would have been of great convenience to purchase fuel in long-term in great amounts and to do large contracts in large amounts and bring it into consideration for the Bureau. But a moderate hedging was done of just a few months, so it would depend on the scenario. Right now, it wouldn't be worth it with a high cost right now, but it is important to have the open discussion right now. It will probably not be convenient to have insurance either because the costs right now are rising. So it would all depend on the elements, but we should have an open discussion in order to as soon as the costs drop, we can be ready. So that's what I'm talking about, Commissioner. You know about this. You know about this as well. We are yeah. I just wanted to know your stance and to have a bottom line of what your stance is in the face of a potential, same as always. My stance is the same way as I've always had. Within the reasonable realm, President, your stance is to not have, as a defendant consumer, to not have an increase of rate, correct? Everything within the reasonable environment of things, because as I explained, right now, to make hedging in the cost of fuel around $80 per barrel, I believe that this would not be something for consideration. But if the opportunity were to come up, as happened in May and April of 2020, we need to be ready. And that opportunity was not capitalized on. We need to be attentive. You don't know how the market is going to react, and we need to have pending mechanisms to take advantage of these financial tools, not to discuss it, which is what the Electric Power Authority has done. And the Bureau has not opened any dockets about this either. This is what we should not do. What I'm bringing forth is that it be discussed. That way, when the opportunity does come up, we can take advantage of said opportunity for the benefit of consumers. And I believe that we are on the same page in that sense. The Bureau is always open to the discussion of any matter. And in fact, in several matters, the Bureau has taken the initiative. I just want to know your stance. And what I can understand is that you, as a consumer representative, your first line would be for there to not have rate increases, correct? And to be very attentive, and to be prepared for when opportunities come up in the market to take advantage of them to the maximum, to not allow them to pass us by as happened last year. The hedging opportunity, has it been analyzed as to whether it somehow could be seen? There are different ways of hiring the purchase of costs, etc. But could it be affected in one way or another by limited capacity of the authority as far as fuel storage? Well, what's happening is that when hedging is done, the money is contracted. So these are two separate things. I can hire the purchase and the delivery is done next year. That's the opportunity that the Electric Power Authority lost in May of last year. So I can hire to a certain price and deliver it a certain amount of time. So there we could assess it. That's why I'm saying that what matters is to open a procedure in the Energy Bureau and establish alignment so that when these drops in the market do occur, cyclical and some out of particular events, nobody expected the fracking, Commissioner. In a period of 4 years, significant drops have happened in the cost of energy with fracking. In 2016 and 17 and 18, 17, I'm sorry, fracking that dropped the cost of energy significantly, the cost of energy and petroleum, and now with the pandemic. If we are ready, it could be that in a year and a half, a similar situation occurs, and we could take advantage of that market and do long-term purchases that will benefit all consumers. And you know what? It can guarantee the transformation to renewables, which is what we should do. Because if we are ready, and if the Bureau does a process, scaffolding towards hedging, and it drops the cost of fuel to $50, look, we should be ready to do long-term purchases to guarantee renewables transformation and to avoid these costs. It's very known that some companies have done hedging to 10, 15, 20 years. This is known. So why can't the authority do it? Those are the opportunities that we should be prepared for. Engineer, you've spoken of how the authority lost an opportunity in May of last year to acquire long-term fuel. What actions, if any, would you take in the board of directors of the authority to do this type of purchase? Well, as you more than anyone can understand me, in a minority 1 out of 8, the right is just to kick around. I expressed my position where we had a short window. It was a very short window. What could I have done? All I did was express a position. The hedging wasn't approved for 6 months. And as a vote of conscience, I voted against. I thought this can't be. This was not done right. So you vote against what isn't done right. I'm on the record. I want to clear up that I'm 1 out of 5 commissioners in the same way that Commissioner Mateo, in the same way that Attorney Engineer Ramos is 1 of 5 commissioners, and in the same way that Attorney Ugarte is 1 out of 5. President is 1 of 5. Yeah, it's just clear. I need to expand upon this. Regrettably, I don't know how the authority's governing board works, but I do know how the Energy Bureau works. And in the Energy Bureau, we discuss things, and each one has an individual vote. And the ideas and claims and arguments, if they are valid and convincing for the rest of the colleagues, they are given way. I don't know how things work in the authority, but you can be certain, Torres, Blanca, that that's not the way things run here. No, and I want to say something, Mr. President. In many decisions at the Electric Power Authority, my advice is considered. There are many decisions where my advice has been considered, but in specific cases, it's 7-1. I need to point it out. And in specific cases that are obvious, in cases like this very important decision of a hedging, and beyond the decisions, Mr. Commissioner, I believe that here, what matters is to prepare the scaffolding. I think that what matters here is to prepare scaffolding, to be ready. And I think that today's discussion, well, I would congratulate you. It has been excellent. This was a good decision because we have discussed points. We have opened up doors in order to allow the Bureau to consider these things, as has been established by Commissioner Mateo. We may not agree on all points, but you can consider and evaluate these points further and ask for information, not to yours truly, 1 out of 7, but to the Electric Power Authority itself, whom has all information, all records for submittal. And that way we can have an orderly discussion for the benefit not only of consumers, but also of the public. Yes, but just doing a summary. I perfectly understand your role here defending consumers, but at the same time, you're a member of the board. The truth is that, along the lines of Commissioner Rivera, I believe that the first step, I'm not sure if it happens or not, because I have no personal knowledge, but you discuss ideas along the governing board as a member of the governing board. And if they don't work, I mean, maybe you come here as a representative of consumers and you say, look, I discussed this there and they didn't buy on this concept. Can you help me? Because this is a good idea. And we will analyze it, but it's not what I really, and here I want you to understand me. It's not a matter of skipping steps, because typically, no. This matter of hedging, well, look, you can be certain that if the authority says, I'm going to initiate this process, and the mechanism is that you allow me to recover 20 million of the insurance of the rate, analyze it. We're going to analyze it. And I don't see why, if it's discussed in the governing board and it's a good idea, it doesn't get here. What doesn't seem logical to me in the sequence is that it not be discussed over there and that it comes here, the process initiates here, and then I'm forcing, because it's not necessarily the dynamic. It could be done that way. It could be done that way, but it's not necessarily the sequence. The sequence is that in the utility, you come here and tell us, we want this. Allow me to recover from consumers. Yes, no. It does need to be recovered. So that's a discussion. But if it comes out of the Electric Power Authority, it's a sequence, right? It's a sequence. Going back. Indisputably, there are times. I'm sorry? I would have to add something when you're done, Mr. President. Undisputable, we can understand this. I think that we can understand that there have been times, for whatever reasons, I'm not sure, that you believe are not being understood on the governing board with your great idea. You weren't able to convince others for whatever reasons, and you will say, as a second resource, I'll go to the Bureau. And I believe that this dynamic is excellent. I'm not sure whether or not it is like this, but yes, and the points that we've been discussing here, like the rebilling of the 230-something million, was discussed on the governing board, and the governing board approved my proposal of doing this public, making this public. It wasn't just discussed. The governing board approved my proposal of making it public. The reason why I'm bringing up these cases is because I acknowledge that there is an environment of changes in the Electric Power Authority, of structural changes that are significant. Therefore, there's a need of actions beyond the normal. That's as far as billing. As far as insurance, I proposed moving in that direction, and a proposal has already been sought, but it's moving very slowly. That is why I've come to the Bureau, and I say, Bureau, this is what's happening. This is in public meetings. It was discussed in June's public meeting, as I said a moment ago, but I leave it to your discretion in case you'd like to establish a process to accelerate this, which I've already proposed that it ought to be done. As you've said, this procedure that we followed. Now, if there's no further questions, I would move on to the final step. And I also want to acknowledge, this is very important to be acknowledged as well, that at important times as well, the Energy Board has acknowledged important amendments and resolutions that I brought forth. This is important too. Before going into the next part of your presentation, this matter of fossil fuels, I would say, has gone through two different crises in the 70s and 90s, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, instead of a crisis and rise, what we recently saw was a crisis and drop because of the pandemic. And the Bureau took necessary steps in order to return these savings to the consumer, where because of their being at home consuming more than they used to consume, we're not always able to appreciate the fact that really the kilowatt hours dropped by up to 5 cents. Now we're seeing a rise of those 5 cents. And we're expecting that this will more or less normalize to $90 or $100 per barrel, which is what we used to have before the pandemic. So I have still not managed to see this as a crisis if we were to compare it with pre-pandemic. But that's my personal appreciation. But typically, we do need to look after these crises. We do need to look for normal conditions of life. But decisions in the long term, we need to be very careful in taking them at this time, because they could have repercussions that are unexpected. I'm not saying that they should be handled or not assessed, but we shouldn't be reacting to crises if the crisis is in effect of a short duration. So with that in mind, what I wanted for you to understand, and I think that you feel the same way as well, is that these things need to be analyzed thoroughly, short, mid, and long term, because decisions that are taken lightly or quickly or hasty could have unexpected results. So that was basically what I wanted to clear up. Of course, and thus my petition of the consideration and assessment or evaluation on the basis of regulations and established laws, it's important to have the discussion. Well, if you would allow me, another important point is that in the evaluation process of the alliance contracts, information was published, and it was also transmitted to us as board members that the hiring of this operator would bring significant savings in the operation of the electrical system. And in fact, there is a publication that I did in adjunction to my presentation of the Public Alliance, which is the authority, the data sheet, APP or Lumo Energy, for the transformation of the transmission and distribution system of electric power. That's a title. And it establishes the following. That's what this informative data establishes as a part of the evaluation process or by the contract of Lumo Energy. It says the following. Average projection of operational savings annually during the first half of the period, 169 million. Savings of 27% greater than the average with charges for annual services for. And then a second one says net savings of 323 million after the charge by service. And what I want to bring to the Bureau here is that if there was a clear manifestation of the entity that assessed this contract and how this contract was assessed and the administrator of this contract currently, that this contract represents the half of a period of saving 169 million in the long term, 123 million, these savings should be included within the process. I'll say in English, the performance targets of Luma Energy of NEPR-MI 2020-0025, because there is already an established goal that was essential for making that decision towards this operator. There it is. No, it's just that getting back to this is an action. I think that your opponent should be presented in that docket, and it will be analyzed when we make the determination with the contributions of several parts. Well, we will happily participate in the public hearings of that process if the Bureau believes it to be pertinent. Yes. Engineer, could you help us now? 75 million. One of the reasons, or as I said at the outset, because we leave the mathematics, I call it the mathematics, typical mathematics of this reconciliation process, was the abysmal difference between dispatch, projected dispatch, and the one done in the previous quarter, which led to the increase, or in Luma on behalf of the authority, bring up an increase in 75 million for operations of a fleet that was older, because we already get a 0.07 cents in kilowatt hours associated with the increase of fuel projected, which was finally paid for. This is what was paid for. It's an analysis. These 75 million associated to the use more expensive units. It's on a part of Luma, lack of maintenance, administration, several things have been brought up. And yesterday in the hearing, I asked that we be provided with proof and it was not provided. Do you have, or what would your arguments be? What proof do you have that might help us to see what decision we should take regarding those alleged negligence from the part of the authority or from LUMA? Do you have anything? Well, my address was submitted. We've been close to 3 hours discussing it. I have no further arguments beyond what was presented. But I do want to mention something, and it's that the Bureau should, to my judgment, this should be taken into consideration. It's the structural change, dramatic structural change that the Electric Power Authority is going through, bringing many, as we would say in English, many byproducts, many side situations, satellite issues with this situation. On a part of that we saw, by example, I'll go here in a public hearing held by this Energy Bureau. The director of generation of the Electric Power Authority was specifically indicating to you, Mr. President, that the budget that was enough. Then 6 or 8 weeks went through, there was a change in management of the Electric Power Authority, a change of executive directors, and now close to $200 million are needed for projects. So, and this, I would not attribute this to folks, but rather because there's also a lack of management on each side, because each side is obviously responsible for their actions. But here we can see that this comes out of an environment of structural changes of the Electric Power Authority. And the consumer should not be penalized for this. Therefore, I would get back to my original point, acknowledging that the Electric Power Authority, as the Energy Bureau has dictated, passes their invoice on the basis of invoicing mechanisms should be established so that situations that are not always so crystal clear might be mitigated with actions and particular funds. That would be my response, Mr. President. Engineer. We're talking about, in this case, there's a discussion of $75 million that would have been deferred. So there's no doubt in the fact that this was money that was spent for generation. That's LUMA presented information, the authority presented its information. When you talk about penalizing, this is money recovered out of customers. What the Bureau is looking at is, Mr. President, was there any kind of gross negligence in providing the service or any other sources that could be had for this amount? When you talk about penalizing, what are you referring to? Well, I explained it very well. As I said, and thank you. Thank you first for your question. I explained it very well. As I pointed out, we live in an environment post-Maria, an environment of pandemic. The electric energy system collapsed by 80% at the distribution level. During the work that was done, several work was done in transmission and distribution. It was mostly to patch up the system. And now we're in the situation of a transition towards a private operator in this environment of extreme deterioration. Obviously, here there's what we would call in mechanical engineering, and you're a mechanical engineer as well, there's turbulence. And the parameters that I use for the assessing of turbulence, and I'm talking as from one mechanical engineer to another, is to have scaffolding. Therefore, in order to consumers to understand, the parameters for evaluating extraordinary situations are not the same parameters that are used for assessing of normal situations. So the Bureau should act in this turbulent environment using engineering terms, again, a flow. I'm talking about the flow, airflow or liquid flow. The action should also be done on the basis of this turbulence with adequate measures, because it's not an operational environment that is normal. This isn't an normal operational environment. This is a different environment. And the same way, engineer, that we handle the equations from turbulence are different from normal. So that's how the Bureau should act in this particular case of this historical event that we're going through. Not just the Electric Power Authority, but even Puerto Rico. Going back to my specific question regarding the $75 million, what other evidence, if any, could be presented before the Bureau? Well, we've been discussing my testimony for close to 3 hours now. This is what I would present before the Bureau. I have no other information to present. All right, thank you. Commissioner, do you have any other questions? You've presented some, what you've called turbulence, and that we all have an obligation to act differently. All of us. And because we have 70 million in this quarter, which is an expense, 75 million, but likely in the next quarter, it'll be 75 million. Maybe the one after would be another, and so on, another 75 million. And at the end of the year, because since I don't know when or how long this turbulence will last, we're talking about 300 million that we would not be passing on to consumers, and we'd be trying to establish strategies outside of normal conditions. But at the end of the day, it could result in these 300 million not, the authority not have them in their coffers to supply it to cover its expenses. And you've explained it very well this morning and in part of the afternoon that all this is based on income, right? Devoted to the authority for expenses. So how do we work on this in the long term? Or first, how long do you estimate that this turbulence will last? What would your suggestion be along those lines? A very fine question, and thank you for the opportunity of expressing this particularly on this theme. Very important. If you'll notice, there's been here 3 increases: one on December 31st, one on March 30th, one on June 29th, and now one in September 30th. The only one that I would differentiate from the other 3 is the one of September 30th, because there were particular situations that happened in the month of August. Particular ones that happened as well when Lumen Energy came in the months of June and July as well. There was a situation, turbulent is a good word to describe it, right? Let's say irregular, if you will, where several factors were mixed in: the decadence of the electrical system, the entry of a private operator, the lack of maintenance in the units, and this created something in the evaluation of September 30th, very different from that of December 31st of 2020, very different to that of March, very different from that of June 29th. So these are the dates of the orders. Now, therefore, this particular evaluation should be assessed in those parameters, in that context, not parameter, in that context. Therefore, my recommendation would be to defer those 75 million until payment source is found, and we found a good discussion for it. You and I defer on the point, but we've agreed that 233 million needs to be rebuilt. Well, let's begin to rebuild those 233 million. As Commissioner Ugarte mentioned, what percentage can we get? Well, if we don't get 233, but we do get 130, 115, well, we have $150 million. And then we decide what to do with them. The Bureau has broad powers to decide, even though today we might defer on the use of these funds. So my recommendation to the Bureau would be to implement these funds. These funds to which I've called, according to and I have it here, my address, state funds for stabilizing of the electrical system, to immediately find ways to bring the funds with amounts of money for the stabilization funds in order to be able to mitigate these particular situations that do not come up in every quarter, but they do come up in particular quarters, like this quarter of the decision of the Bureau of September 30th. Engineer, I'd like to make sure that I properly understood what you're proposing. You're proposing a deferral, indefinite deferral of the $75 million until, and as such, some type of source of payment is found in the future, whenever that future may be. Well, my question, go ahead. All right, it's, from what I understand, and if I misunderstood, please explain it to me. An indefinite postponing until a source of payment is found. That's what I heard. Or postpone until finding a source of repayment. Exactly. Indefinitely, well, until a source of payment is found at any time. At any time, I put that moment. How is that different from the practices that the authority used to have before the creation of Act 57, which to a certain degree is what led to the financial situation that the authority has right now? That deferment of that rebilling of expenses to see if they can be recovered in the future. So, as the chairman has very well said, what happens, or what would happen in the next quarter, and this is highly speculative right now, but what to be done? No, I wouldn't even say it's speculative. We all know that it's rising, and that this could, yeah, I mean, when I say speculative, it's not speculative. There is a high likelihood, a very high likelihood, that in the next 3 months, collection will not be enough. And again, it's $75 million or more. These are different scenarios, and let me explain. Right now, we're going into a period of October, November, and December. The Bureau would be evaluating the month of December, the months of October, November, September. These months are not in the peak of consumption, generally speaking. And we need to check well in the month of September, but in the months of October and November, at least October, the one that we're going through right now, these months have been ones that have mostly run with base load in general terms. The units, Costa Sur 5 came in, Aguirre 1 came in, and the system is normalizing. The panorama is different to the special situation that happened in the months of June, July, and August, where in June, a new operator came in with a number of interruptions of the electrical system. In the month of August, there was a situation of generation. What we are seeing for this quarter would be a different panorama. It would happen, according to what you've mentioned, Mr. Chairman, by costs in or changes in the international cost of fuel, right? This is one thing, and it's quite another for it to be by the reason for which you have decided to defer the $75 million using vocabulary similar to the one I've used. In fact, in your order, you've established that consumers ought to not cover these inefficiencies. That vocabulary is in your order of September 30th. So what I'm saying is that, of course, since this was decided as such, of course, the language is there because we wanted to explore whether there was gross negligence in the operation of the system, which gives way to these hearings because it's a claim that there was gross negligence, and we've initiated a process that we might be giving proof of that gross negligence, or to at least give us the tools to initiate an investigation process. And all we've heard is that the money be deferred and that the consumer did not pay. But then, no. We need to be clear on something very important. When the previous quarter began, nobody had a forecast of 3 units going down, 3 base units of more than 450 megs. Nobody had that. So that likelihood, allegedly, by the condition of the system, currently permeates. It could be that this might happen. Again, tomorrow, we don't know, next quarter. So, and that's the point. I know what you're bringing forth. You're bringing up, yes, this was something very different. And dispatch is very different to what forecast said. So treat it differently. And we treat it differently. So much so that we are having these hearings. But, of course, what have we discovered? That dispatch owed to the fact that units dropped. It wasn't on negligence, necessarily gross negligence of anyone. Plants were outed, and a more expensive economic dispatch had to happen. This can happen every quarter. It can happen in every quarter. And so if tomorrow this were to happen, the question would be, or that we would all ask ourselves, is what are we going to do? Are we going to leave this in suspense again with 75 million? And as Commissioner Rivera says, at the end of the day, what are we doing? The same practice that were done before the creation of the Bureau. We cannot allow this. Definitely not. And that's in my presentation. My presentation says that we should not go back to these practices, and it's clear. However, I want to bring something up since you've already mentioned it. I saw yesterday's hearings, and I want to mention something for the benefit of consumers. On August 22nd, there was an event for your benefit. For your benefit, commissioners. On August 22nd, there was an event along the line of $115,000. It's documented in the press of this country that as a result of that event, the unit of Palo Seco 3 and 4 were outed. Then in the evening, unit Costa Azul 6 was out. What units caused issues? And some were out indefinitely out of service, like Costa Azul 6. This was as a result of that incident. Therefore, I believe that the Energy Bureau should, and I mentioned this, I had it here in my notes, and you'll excuse me for this, it should assess the incident on the transmission line of August 22nd. Why? Why a failure in the line of 115,000 have 5 units out of service, 4 immediately and 1 in the evening on the same day? Engineer, I have a question. That should be assessed by this commission. I have a question regarding this. You say it's been documented in the press. What documentation does the authority have? You, as a member of the board of directors of the authority, what documentation does the authority have? Or what research or investigation has the authority done regarding that specific incidents? Before, let me finish, please. Go ahead. Before continuing, the press can say a lot of things, and in the press, a lot of speculation can be done, and a lot of things that does not stick to specific documentation. Decisions need to be taken on the basis of documentation and specific information. The authority, you, as a member of the board of directors of the authorities, are telling me that there was an event in a transmission line that caused all these different outages, forced outages of certain units. What is the documentation that the authority has regarding these? And what analysis, if any, has the authority done with specific data of the system? Not what the press is saying, what was done in the authority. And I want to make this finding, Commissioner. The press points out the fact that there was an interruption of service and that these units were basically put out of service. Yeah, very good. There was an interruption in service. This is speculated. Anything could have happened, but look, let me finish. No, we are not going to make determinations by what the press says. Let me answer. That's not my answer. All right. What I'm saying is that the fact is it happened. Now, a process should be established by this Honorable Bureau in order to ask for the reports of the units of Costa Azul 6 and the units of Palo Seco 3, specifically these two. These are the units that have caused the most issues. And these reports should be discussed, they should be assessed, and they should be assessed, as you very well said, Commissioner, by their merits, not with speculation, but the docket needs to be opened, the process needs to be done, and it should be assessed for the determination as to whether or not there was negligence. Because on that day, there was an event. The machines did fall out of service. I did hear Mr. Tiomeda mention this event in the hearing that you had here with him, held in the month of August, I think it was. This needs to be investigated. This event shouldn't be left as just a mention of a technical conference with the Electric Power Authority in August. It needs to be investigated. Are you aware that when there are events that are leave an amount of residents without power, without energy, the first step that the authority in LUMA takes is to have an initial report and submit it to the Bureau? You're aware of this. I am aware. So let me answer. So if you're aware, I'm sorry, the question that I asked is, are you aware? And you said yes. With that answer, you haven't allowed me to finish my answer. Go ahead, engineer. Go ahead, engineer. Thank you. Again, thank you for this forum to speak of these important points. I am aware of reports. I am not aware of the dockets in which these are discussed, that where the Bureau has hundreds of dockets. And yesterday, a participant and the same hearing brought forth that there should be some sort of provision, some sort of identification so that as consumers we can see this type of relevant docket. I'm not sure what dockets they're discussing, but I do know that the reports are made when this type of outages happens. And of course, as members of the board, as member of the governing board of the authority, as a head of the Electric Power Authority, and among executive directors, it would seem to me like the minimum that the board should ask for is that these reports, before they are submitted to the Bureau, for you to have them. So I believe that that is the first step. Going back to the same thing, I need to interrupt because you can't lose sight of the fact that the last board meeting the theme was that an executive director left, an executive director came in that was new, a president of the board came in, a new board president came in. So as I said, these are turbulent times. These are not common events. And yet Mr. Guilmeda remains as chief of generation, and to him, any report can be asked for that the governing board believes is necessary for the nexus between an event on a transmission line and any outage of a plant or a generation unit or anything that contingency that a unit has had. Because we could speak here, you've mentioned that the press documented or published where they say an event on a transmission line. There's no speak of the causes of these events. There's no speak of the cause, and you as an engineer know that we need to establish a causal nexus between one event and another before attributing as a consequence one or the other. And nobody, as the chairman has said, in today's hearing, even though we haven't opened, as you say, as you're asking us to do, opening dockets, she's asked about 4 of them, and then you say we have too many. Nobody has brought to us in these hearings that are for this purpose to evaluate the events that led to there being a difference between what was forecasted and the real dispatch. Nobody has given us evidence that negligence and the causal nexus in this event or another for the justification of our making a decision that is different from what the rate doctrine establishes. And so this, more than just mentioning the event, I would have liked to have known that the board of directors had already done their own investigation in order to determine what got a generation unit of theirs out of the system, whether or not it was a cause. And perhaps for whatever reason, perhaps for some reason, among the ones that the engineer has mentioned in this transition and what has been happening. But notice, if you, as a member of the board, tell us, Bureau, we've initiated a process of investigation and the 75 million can be left in suspense related to this because it was an event. It's not the whole quarter. and we estimate that it's at 10 million. Leave it in suspense until we have finished this investigation, and we can submit, to see whether or not we're going to take legal action against the responsible party, whoever it may be. So leave it in suspense. And so then, and you submit the documentation, and then we, with that documentation, can take action. We can take action, of course. So now, I want to make this clear. The utility, in this case, the Electric Power Authority or LUMA, to do a report, and that report reaches conclusions. It's not necessary. The Bureau is not necessarily going to automatically assume that they're facts. Say that the report says nothing happened, everything is fine. We're not going to take additional action. Maybe the report is submitted and we say, you know what, we're not convinced of the conclusion of this report. So let's hire an independent party, as we did with Monacilla, as we did also before with events in the South, and give us an independent report to see whether the results are different. That's another possibility. But what we would like to see, and it's what I think that we are trying to convey and that we want you all to understand, is that many times there is speak here of this and that, but when making administrative decisions that affect third parties, decisions that have results in third parties, we cannot take these decisions by comments of X or Y. We need proof. That's what we need in this process. That is why these hearings were created. Could I speak, Mr. President? Go ahead. Thanks. Thank you again to you and to commissioners. As you've mentioned moments ago, I think it was a half hour ago, you mentioned that if I'm not satisfied in my role as member of the board and as representative of consumers, of discussions that are had in the board of the electric board, that's exactly what I'm doing. Because of the structural situations and changes that are going on in the Electric Power Authority with these important matters, they have not been discussed. And I'm requesting that the Bureau take action. We will meet next week in our monthly meeting, and I will be bringing up these matters. Of course I will. And in fact, you meet with the Electric Power Authority, I think, on October 25th. This is a matter of follow-up that could be brought forth. But when things are brought up, don't kill the messenger. It's to open it up for discussion, because I'm following the same parameters that you've mentioned. When things are discussed in the Electric Power Authority, and if you're not happy, feel free to bring it up. So I bring it up. But critics come up. Well, my request is that the processes are opened up, that the rigorous investigation is done, because as you have all said, a newspaper is a data, could be a reference, but it's not of sustenance. Things need to be investigated in depth, and that's what I'm requesting of the Bureau. With all respect, Torres Placa, I think that the treatment towards you during the morning and the afternoon has been one of respect. This expression of killing the messenger, I believe that is not. It was part of the discourse. Yes, because basically the frustration, to call it such, as we've had between yesterday's hearings and today, are that we've created these hearings with an expectation of providing certain information. We don't have it. This doesn't mean that we, in light of the general ponderings, it doesn't mean that we can't take other actions later on. But in the particular case of the authority, in the particular case of events that leave a certain number of service recipients with issues, well, it should be that LUMA or the authority has already began investigative processes with all the different reasons of their leaving hundreds of Puerto Ricans without service. And so along those lines, you maybe don't have the information for whatever reasons you've brought up, but on the 25 and adding up, it's not a meeting that we have with the authority. The authority will appear to a hearing such as the one today. It's the same dynamic. It's a public hearing. It's not a meeting that we have here in the Bureau. We want to clear that up. That's correct. Possibly in that hearing, a lot of the discussion that we have had, not just with you, but also with those who were there, we're going to bring it forth. We will, along the line of questions that we might have, because the end purpose of all this is, where if these 75 million, right, it needs to be passed on to the consumer. It needs to be done unless, and we're on that unless we're looking for that unless we want that unless. We're looking for it, but that unless within the 3 months in the future, I believe that your proposals will be taken up to make sure that this doesn't happen again. But in retrospect, we need to see how we can resolve this matter of the 75 million. I have not seen, and I would like maybe the executive director, maybe Luma has a response, because I have knowledge of different utilities where the matter of the pandemic has brought up inefficiencies in income. It has brought up issues in service, and there are federal funds to handle this. Well, that's the unless. Correct. I don't know. These are things that we continue to explore, but unless it appears, and I want you to be clear on this, I expect that you understand if it does not appear, you are aware that it is an expense of the authority, and the authority has to recover it. And as a part of my presentation, we defer in how to use those 233 million. But I think that we do agree that it needs to be recovered immediately. Let's start with that. Very good. Thank you, engineer. No, thank you. And I just wanted to make a special mention. The Energy Bureau is a very important instrument for the people of Puerto Rico. I know that we have different positions, as the Commissioner Rivera has mentioned. You focus more on the public interest. So do I, but I do represent, and I'm sorry, but we shouldn't have cross visions, because our vision is to defend public interests, both yours and ours. Correct. I'd like to congratulate you for allowing the participation of this hearing. I see this as a first step to continue the dialogue, because as you very well said, Mr. Chairman, here and as consumer representative, it's important to have an important forum with the Energy Bureau to present these arguments, to ask for the evaluation of or consideration of situations and specific matters by the Energy Bureau for the benefit of the consumers. So thank you very much, all of you, for the opportunity this morning and this afternoon. I would assume that with this, you conclude your comments and we conclude this Q&A. I have nothing further to add. Commissioners, I would just express gratitude to Mr. Torres Placa for his participation today, and to make it clear to him and to our listening public that the Bureau, far from killing the messenger, this is an inclusive forum where we are listening to the information that anyone could bring to our attention. What we are looking for as well is to have a complete record where, aside from suggestions or proposals, that it helps us in making decisions. It helps to have as much information as is possible. And for these parties or participants of events that have the capacity at times to provide more information because of their knowledge or by their positions, well, they help as additional tools. And in that sense, they nourish the record. So thank you for your participation here today. Thank you. It may be so, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Engineer Torres Placa, for your participation. I would like to ask the public where there's anybody else who would like to present comments or suggestions on this matter before we decree our lunch break. With there being nobody further for presenting comments at this time, let's decree a recess. It'll be 1 o'clock until 2:15 in the afternoon. Again, thank you. Very good afternoon. Again, Antonio Torres Miranda from the Energy Bureau. With it being 2:16 in the afternoon, I'd like to ask whether anybody of the public has any comments that they would like to present in this public hearing. Having there being no one from the public to present comments, we'll decree a recess until 4 p.m. Thank you. Well, good afternoon again, Antonio Torres Miranda. Is there anybody in the public available or needing to present comments? With there being nobody in the public to present comments, we're going to decree a recess until 5 in the afternoon, at which time the public hearing will conclude. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. Again, Antonio Torres Miranda from the Energy Bureau. I would ask whether there is anybody in the public that would present comments in today's public hearing. With there being no further folks to present comments and it being 5 p.m. today, October 19th of 2021, we consider this second day of public hearings concluded in case number NEPR-MI 2020-0001. Thank you very much.